The Secret Teachings of All Ages, an Adult Brain Summary Edition by Manly P. Hall. An Adult Brain audiobook production read to you by Graham Dunlop. Preface to Summary Edition. For nearly a century, Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages has stood as the most comprehensive compendium of esoteric philosophy ever written. An encyclopedia of the ancient wisdom that shaped civilization, religion, science, and the occult arts. Yet its vast scope and archaic style have long placed it beyond the reach of modern readers. This special Adult Brain Summary Edition restores Hall's masterpiece in a distilled, accessible form, preserving his original language and brilliance while reducing its volume by nearly 90%. The result is a concise yet faithful companion to the original, capturing the essence of Hall's lifelong quest to unveil the hidden architecture of truth behind myth, religion, and philosophy. Here, in vivid and enduring prose, are the mysteries of Egypt and Greece, the symbolism of alchemy and Kabbalah, the teachings of Hermes, Pythagoras, and Plato, and the secret threads linking the world's faiths and philosophies into one radiant whole. The abridgment remains true to Hall's spirit, reverent toward the wisdom of the ancients, skeptical of modern materialism, and unwavering in its conviction that man's true evolution is spiritual, not mechanical. Prepared and published by Adult Brain Publishing, this edition honors Hall's original vision, to awaken within every reader the spark of the eternal seeker. It is both an introduction to one of the greatest esoteric works ever written and an invitation to rediscover what the ancients called the light of the ages. Introduction. Philosophy is the science of values, the measure of superiority among all things. It seeks what remains when all that is secondary is stripped away, establishing the relation between the visible world and its invisible cause. It has been called many things: the science of divine and human matters, of effects by causes, of sufficient reasons, of truths both sensible and abstract, of the absolute and of the unity between the ideal and the real. Philosophy is commonly divided into 6 branches: metaphysics, logic, ethics, psychology, epistemology, and aesthetics. Plato called it the greatest gift of the gods, yet in modern times it has become fragmented, burdened with systems and arguments that obscure its higher purpose. The lofty wisdom of the old academy has been adulterated by opinion and materialism. Laplace could write an entire cosmology without reference to God and think the omission sufficient. Bacon noted that a little philosophy inclines the mind to atheism, but depth in philosophy brings it back to religion. Aristotle began his metaphysics with the declaration that all men naturally desire to know, and so the mind of man has searched both the depths of the self and the reaches of the cosmos for the link between the one and the all, the effect and the cause, the illusion and the reality. An ancient philosopher said that he who knows only common things is a brute among men, he who knows human affairs is a man among brutes, and he who knows by intellectual energy is a god among men. Thus, man's rank is determined by the quality of his thought. The enslaved mind is little better than the beast, but the mind elevated toward divine realities partakes of the light of reason. Cicero called philosophy's life's guide, the discoverer of virtue and the expeller of vice. Yet now the word has little meaning but without a qualifying term, for it has splintered into countless isms, each refuting the others while neglecting divine order and human destiny. Philosophy should have been the stabilizing force in thought, keeping man from folly, but philosophers themselves have obscured its path through excessive speculation. Still, the great systems of old remain a record of man's highest reasoning. Greek philosophy began with the 7 sages: Thales, Solon, Chilon, Pittacus, Bias, Cleobulus, Periander. Thales taught that water was the primal substance on which the earth floated. His successors differed. Anaximander named infinity the first principle. Anaximenes called it air. Anaxagoras declared it to be an infinite, self-moving mind that brought order from chaos. Archelaus described mind and air as the dual principles of all things. Heraclitus taught that all is change, fire, both the origin and the end of the world, its soul and exhalation of vapor. From these early speculations arose the atomic theory. Leucippus and Democritus declared that the universe consists of atoms and vacuum, both infinite, the atoms varying in form and size, combining to form all bodies. Even the soul, they said, was atomic and perished with the body. Later, others traced this teaching back to the Pythagorean monad. In modern times, Dr. Edwin D. Babbitt envisioned the atom as a minute but organized structure, its orderly groupings forming the basis of matter. Pythagoras of Samos made mathematics the sacred key to divine truth and founded a brotherhood to pursue wisdom through number, geometry, music, and astronomy. His followers practiced silence and contemplation, believing that harmony governed the cosmos and that even the stars moved in musical proportion. He and Empedocles taught the transmigration of souls. Archytas declared pleasure to be a pestilence opposing reason, for virtue was the balance of the mind. Xenophanes of Elea opposed the fables of Homer and Hesiod, teaching that God is one, eternal, incorporeal, and all-seeing. His disciple Parmenides held that reason alone, not the senses, reveals truth, that the universe is one and immovable. Melissus and Zeno denied motion and vacuum alike, declaring the cosmos to be a divine whole. Leucippus proposed a universe of fullness and void, its fragments forming worlds through agitation, and Democritus expanded this into a complete atomic philosophy. Socrates, the great questioner, refused to impose doctrine, preferring to awaken each man's own understanding. He taught that the soul existed before the body, possessed all knowledge, and was stupefied by the flesh until recollection restored its vision. Philosophy, he said, is the way of happiness. Its aims, the contemplation of God and the freeing of the soul from the senses. He held that God, matter, and ideas are the principles of all things. Of God, he said, "What he is, I know not. What he is not, I know." Wisdom, to him, was the sum of virtue. He lived and taught that all places were fit for learning, for the world itself is a school of virtue. His followers, among them Xenophon and Crito, spread his influence even as Aristophanes mocked him in The Clouds. Socrates stood calmly, letting the crowd judge the truth behind the parody. His disciples gave rise to later schools, the Elean, Eritrean, and the Megarian. Phaedo of Elis, once a slave, was freed by Socrates and founded his own school. Menedimus, who succeeded him, claimed freedom from opinion and argued that only affirmative doctrines were true. Euclid of Megara, another of Socrates' disciples, risked death to study in Athens disguised as a woman. His school taught that virtue is wisdom, that good is unity, and that evil, being the absence of good, has no real existence. Plato, born Aristocles, fulfilled Socrates' dream of the swan of wisdom. Sold once into slavery, he rose to become the greatest interpreter of divine truth through reason. Philosophy, then, is man's search for the link between the seen and the unseen. From Thales' water to Pythagoras' numbers, from Socrates' questioning to Plato's illumination, it charts the ascent of thought from ignorance to wisdom, from beast to man, from man to God. Philosophy in the Megarian line turned on rigorous dialectic. Euclid's heirs, Eubulides, with pupils like Alexinus and Apollonius Cronus, Euphantus, the tragedian, and Diodorus, pursued paradox to its limit. Legend says Diodorus died of grief when Stilpo, then master of the school, posed questions he could not answer on the instant. He argued that motion is impossible, since a thing would have to be both where it is and where it is not. The Cynics, from Antisthenes and his greater exemplar Diogenes, advanced an austere individualism. Few needs, rude shelter, coarse food, virtue as self-sufficiency, and conversation with one's own nature. Diogenes taught that all belongs to the wise. Friends share all, the gods befriend the wise, so the wise own all. His followers included Monimus, Onesicritus, Crates, and Hipparchia, Menippus and Menedemus. The Cyrenaics, founded by Aristippus, made present pleasure the end. Only feelings are known, pleasant is good, harsh ends in grief, mean in nothing. The past brings regret, the future misgiving, therefore only the now is desirable. The philosopher, free of envy, love, superstition, lives a continuous round of delight. Hegesias, Unisirus, Theodorus, and Bion carry the hedonist note further. Plato's Academy, Old, Middle, New, drew from Socrates, Egypt, and Pythagoras, dividing philosophy into ethics, physics, and dialectic. The good was threefold in soul, body, and externals. The absolute is best named the One, prior even to being. Reality orders itself as unmoved mover, self-moved and moved. Immortals partake of inseparable motion, mortals of motion imparted and dissoluble. Above both stands the unmoved that moves, divine permanence. Learning is reminiscence, geometry guides the gate. After Plato, the academics stayed in the academy. The Peripatetics, under Aristotle, the mind of the school, went to the Lyceum. Aristotle's reach spanned all knowledge. His moral end was perfection through virtue, his contemplative end union with the One. He divided philosophy into practical, ethics, politics, and theoretical, physics, logic, with metaphysics treating substance whose principle of motion and rest is in itself. The soul lives, feels, understands, nutritive, sensitive, intellective, rational, and irrational. Wisdom is science of first causes, God the first mover, immovable, indivisible, separate from sensibles. Platonism reasons a priori. Aristotelianism a posteriori. His line included Theophrastus, Strato, Lyco, Aristo, Cratylus, and Diodorus. Pyrrhonian skepticism held reasons always meet equal counter-reasons. Dogmatists claim to find. Academics deem truth incomprehensible. Skeptics persist in inquiry and suspend judgment. In opinions, quiet. In impulses, moderation. In disturbances, suspension. The Stoics, from Zeno through Cleanthes and Chrysippus to Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, were pantheists. The world is God, reason is its seed, nature is God mixed through matter, all is body or incorporeal adjunct, soul eight-parted and dissoluble, good and evil sustain each other, meekness governs passion. Epicurus refined hedonism, the highest pleasure is grave tranquility, pains and joys of mind surpass those of body, rest as well as motion yields pleasure. He accepted atomism and taught, sense never deceives, opinions follow sense and may be true or false. What sense attests is true, what sense contradicts is false. Eclecticism, gathering fragments from rival schools, gave Rome a layman's compound, Cicero its emblem, broad but imprecise. Neo-Pythagoreanism at Alexandria, Apollonius and Maduratus, revived number and aesthetic ideal, bridging to Neoplatonism. Plotinus with Porphyry, Iamblichus, Julian, Plutarch, and Proclus made the last and loftiest pagan synthesis, preserving the unwritten doctrine in symbols and mysteries. Outer bodies of teaching are shells for inner verities reached by contemplation. Material science of little account besides the soul's ascent. Patristic philosophy, ante- and post-Nicene, first attacked paganism and exalted faith, then shaped Christian thought along Platonic lines. Man as divine exception and crown of creation. Augustinianism consummated Christian Platonism, exalting church infallibility. Gnosticism read Christianity by Greek, Egyptian, Persian lights. Manichaeism set good and evil in eternal contest. With Boethius ended the ancient Greek line. Scholasticism sought concord of theology and philosophy. Eclectics, mystics, rationalists, Arabian Aristotelians, rising to Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas, whose Thomism, Aristotelian at core, made faith a projection of reason. Scotus countered with the primacy of will. Later schoolmen decayed into verbalism, and Bacon's induction cleared the ground for science. Experiment, exact speech, matter as the field of inquiry. Modern currents, humanism, rationalism, political philosophy, empiricism, moralism, idealism, realism, phenomenalism, multiplied. Behaviorism and neo-realism pressed further, the latter extinguishing idealism. Spinoza conceived God as absolutely self-existent substance known through attributes of thought and extension, with mind and body as modes. By reason, man rises from sense illusion to union with the divine essence. Deity equated with the infinite whole. Leibniz answered with monads, innumerable immaterial units of force unfolding their innate activity. God, the primal monad, man, an awakened monad, lower natures half asleep. Kant rescued mind from matter. The understanding selects and orders sensations by categories. Time and space give the form of experience. Noumenal exceeds reason, yet morality requires free will, immorality, and God. In judgment, art and life unite phenomenon and noumenon. Fichte made the known the contents of consciousness. Reality reduces to the facts of mind. Schelling restored the absolute as infinite mind realized by intellectual intuition beyond subject and object. Time negative, space positive, existence the reciprocity of both, identity the ground of philosophy. Schelling's absolute unfolds by a threefold rhythm. First, reflection, the infinite seeking embodiment in the finite. Second, subsumption, the return of the absolute from entanglement to the infinite. Third, reason, the poise where both movements are reconciled. Hegel rejected Schelling's intuition for a system of pure logic, beginning with nothing and, by strict sequence, deriving all things. Logic is a quality of the absolute. God is an endless self-unfolding that never concludes. Thought has neither beginning nor end. Opposites generate and are identical. Their relations alone exist, producing new elements in ceaseless flow. Thus, theism's personal finalities are assailed. Immortality becomes the unending life of deity, not the fixity of souls. Herbart reacted toward realism. Phenomena deceive in the mass, truth inheres in elements. He distinguished thing, matter, mind, each birthing contradictions he sought to resolve. Matter, through filling space, reduces to infinitesimal energies occupying none. Schopenhauer made will the world's blind architect, and intellect its lame rider. Mind commonly rationalizes the will's dictates, but genius subdues will to reason. Christianity's strength, he held, was its pessimism and conquest of desire. Like the Buddhists, he saw nirvana as will's quietus and judged life, a manifestation of the will to live, a misfortune best not propagated. Nietzsche proclaimed eternal recurrence and the will to power, breeding the superhuman by aristocratic culture, even at the cost of love and the many. To those who equate power with virtue and self-mastery, the ideal shines. To the shallow, it seems ruthless. Newer German currents include Freudian psychoanalysis and relativity, which unsettles mechanical absolutes. Descartes, co-founder of modern method with Bacon, rebuilt philosophy from inner observation. Accept only what is clear and distinct. Ideas so stamped are true. Kant's positivism made theology and metaphysics the mind's childhood, science its adult estate. Study laws, not ultimates. An immense materialism praising Newton rather than God. France added traditionalism and sociological school. The encyclopedists' grand classification, Voltairean skepticism, and neo-criticism. Bergson's creative evolution. An intuitional protest against sterile materialism. Beheld life striving against matter and hinted at mastery over death. Locke applied induction to mind, the tabula rasa written by experience and reflection, deity known by inference, Hume pressed empiricism, Berkeley transmuted it into idealism. Ideas are the true objects, matter unprovable, yet perception's trust must stand or knowledge perishes. Associationists, Hartley, Hume, made the linkage of ideas basic psychology. Utilitarians, Bentham, Paley, J. and J.S. Mill, crowned the greatest good for the greatest number. Mill allowed higher knowing by intuition or reason. Darwin naturalized origins. Agnosticism declared ultimates unknowable. Neo-Hegelianism revived the dialectic. Spencer's positivism universalized evolution, life passing from homogeneity to heterogeneity toward equilibrium, then dissolution and reintegration. His famed aphorism named God infinite intelligence infinitely diversified. Italy's Bruno multiplied suns and worlds and died for it. Vico saw divine law working through human law. Gioberti's ontologism made God the only being and source of knowledge. Croce, a Hegelian idealist, replaced religion with ethics and aesthetics, denying personal immortality. Sensism, criticism, and revived Thomism completed the scene. America offered transcendentalism, Emerson's oversoul and compensation and pragmatism, James' truths as expedients that work, with Dewey's instrumentalism rejecting ultimates and Santayana urging the life of reason behind both sense and tradition. The lineage of wisdom is Eastern. Greek thought drank at Hindu, Chaldean, and Egyptian fountains. Thales, Pythagoras, and Plato returned from sanctuaries with the lore of the mysteries. Philosophy emerged from religion's secret schools and parted from them only after their decline. The mysteries guarded a super-rational doctrine, conferring it only on those dead to ambition and vowed to service. Their secrecy explains our scant records. Initiates were bound under penalty, and in time the sources were hidden behind the names of public teachers. Symbolism is their tongue, and nature's, every form a sign of the divine energy that produced it. Symbols both reveal and conceal, to the wise illumination, to the unprepared opacity. Thus the seeker must look where the doctrine was first lodged, in symbols, rites, and allegories, not on pages open to the profane. The Orphic egg, wreathed by the fiery serpent, figured cosmos, encircled by spirit, and the philosopher's soul at the moment its shell is broken in initiation. Foreknowing the rise and fall of nations, the sages cast their science into stone and span, into myths, measures, and monuments that time could not wholly efface. Memnon's Colossi and Palenque's terraces still whisper of lost arts. Their wisdom waits until men relearn the universal speech. Symbolism. This book assumes that within ancient emblems and rites lies a complete secret doctrine of life, preserved by a few illumined minds since the beginning. They left formulas for those worthy to follow. But lest the arcanum be profaned, they veiled it. Whoever now recovers the keys may open a treasury of philosophic, scientific, and religious truth. The ancient mysteries and secret societies. When faced with problems of reason, the strong-minded remain composed, gathering facts until clarity appears. The weak are overwhelmed, needing to be led and instructed in simple terms. Humanity divides between the few capable of seeking truth and the many content to be guided. Thus, ancient doctrine was delivered in two forms, the inner, or esoteric, for the wise, the outer, or exoteric, for the multitude. To the uninitiated, natural forces were clothed in human form and worshipped as gods. To the philosophers, these deities were symbols of universal principles. Every city of the ancient world held public temples, and within them, hidden schools of philosophy known as the mysteries. Their initiates, tested by ordeals, were taught divine truths preserved through ages. Plato himself was criticized for revealing fragments of their wisdom. Each civilization possessed both a public religion and a secret faith reserved for the initiated few, many of which perished, though their symbols remain. The rites of modern Freemasonry echo the trials of these ancient initiations. The mysteries shaped the world's civilization. Under their veil were taught the unity of God, the immortality of the soul, and man's resurrection to eternal life. When corruption entered, divine magic fell into sorcery, and only remnants of the sacred science survived. Man, said Thomas Taylor, is naturally religious. From his beginning he has worshipped forms as emblems of the unseen power. The pagan mysteries accused Christianity of lowering the standard of virtue, for while their cry was, "Let the pure approach," the Christian call invited the sinner. Yet early Christianity itself sprang from the same source, the moral ideals of the mysteries, and its earliest congregations met in the subterranean temples of Mithras. The ancient philosophers held that no man could live intelligently without knowledge of nature and her laws. The mysteries taught divine order in all things, urging patience, courage, truth, and purity of life as the highest offering to God. Sun worship, inherited from Atlantis, lay at the heart of the most ancient cults. The solar god, radiant and golden-haired, was slain by darkness and restored to life through sacred rites, symbolizing man's conquest of his lower nature and his regeneration through spiritual awakening. The mysteries were established to assist man in regaining his lost estate and awakening the divine within. As time passed, the secret orders changed their outer form from religious to political, from philosophical to fraternal, but their hidden wisdom endured. Even in remote tribes and savage lands, fragments of the ancient initiations are found. The Druidic mysteries of Britain and Gaul were among the noblest descendants of this primeval wisdom. The Druids, priests, philosophers, and healers were mediators between gods and men. Their order, divided into Ovits, bards, and druids, studied astronomy, medicine, poetry, and law. The oak was their sacred tree, mistletoe, cut with a golden sickle, their emblem of divine medicine. Clothed in white, they celebrated their rites beneath forest oaks or within stone circles like Stonehenge, aligned to the heavens. The archdruid, crowned with oak leaves and bearing a golden scepter, wore the breastplate of judgment that strangled falsehood. He lit the altar fires with a crystal lens, drawing the fire of the sun. Candidates for initiation passed through long trials, vows of secrecy, and symbolic death and resurrection. They were instructed in the creation of the world, the gods, the stars, medicine, and the hidden powers of nature. The Druids taught the immortality of the soul, transmigration and purification through successive lives. All men, they said, would be saved, but some must return to master the lessons of earth. Their festivals honored the new and full moons, the solstices and the equinoxes. The birth of the sun god was celebrated at the winter solstice. The Druidic Madonna with her child, the resurrection of the sun god, and the sacred cross and serpent show their kinship with Egypt and Greece. Their temples were circular or serpent-shaped, dedicated to Hu, the mighty sun, and Ceridwen, the great mother. The candidate's final ordeal was burial in a coffin and a perilous voyage in an open boat. The death and rebirth of the initiate. Those who survived were said to be born again and became the leaders of their people. From the same eastern source came the mysteries of Mithras, carried by the Persian legions to Rome and throughout Europe. Mithras, lord of the sun, stood between Ormuzd, spirit of light, and Ahriman, spirit of darkness, as mediator and redeemer. The struggle of good and evil in the cosmos and in man's soul was dramatized in his rites. Performed in caves adorned with zodiacal signs, the initiations mirrored the soul's descent and ascent through the gates of Cancer and Capricorn. The Mithraic system bore close resemblance to Christianity. The virgin birth of the sun god, his sacrifice, death, resurrection, and redemption of mankind, baptism, communion, and the celebration of his birth at the winter solstice. The initiates, called lions, were marked with the cross upon their brows. Through purification, trial, and illumination, they rose from darkness to light, from death to spiritual life. Thus, through the mysteries, Egyptian, Druidic, Persian, and all the rest, the same secret doctrine flowed, that man, through discipline, knowledge, and virtue, may overcome matter, awaken the God within, and return, purified and conscious, to the source from which he came. Mithraism, though below Zarathustra's philosophic height, swept much of Europe and left deep impress on Western institutions. Its symbols echoed in later fraternities: the lion and the grip of the lion's paw, a 7-rung ladder, likely from a 7-step pyramid, and a boys-only initiation while women were excluded. Its legends are solar allegory. Mithras, rising from the rock, is the sun at the vernal equinox. The Tauroctony shows the sun god releasing nature's life from Taurus as Scorpio, the serpent, opposes. Dogs signify fidelity. The serpent marks Ahriman. Some, like O'Neill, deny Mithras as a mere sun god. Yet the cave birth, zodiacal rites, and claims of crucifixion and third-day rising kept the solar pattern and fed parallels later read into Christianity. Gnosticism, its records largely destroyed, claimed the hidden Christian doctrine taught in symbols to initiates. Early legend makes Simon Magus the fountainhead. From the ineffable silence sprang 2 shoots: great mind, male, and great thought, female, whose union generated the middle realm, Pleroma, from which emanations and the demiurgus fashioned the lower worlds. Syrian and Alexandrian streams differed in tone, but both used the emanation to bridge absolute spirit and substance. Basilides blended Hermetic, Oriental, Chaldean, and Persian lore. He named the 365 powers Abraxas, numerically 365, as Mithras, also totals, and traced chains of Nous, Logos, intelligence, Sophia, power. Some Gnostics vilified the demiurgus, even equating him with Jehovah. Others made him a faithful craftsman under the hidden God. Christ, to them, was Nous, descending upon Jesus at baptism and withdrawing before the Passion. Simon of Cyrene, they said, suffered in his stead. Valentinus multiplied syzygies, 15 pairs, exalted Sophia, and elaborated Aeonic dramas preserved in parts of the Pistis Sophia. Though the Church anathematized them, many Gnostic lines, emanationist, symbolic, cosmological, bled into later Christian doctrine. Serapis, Azar Happy, veils a Greco-Egyptian mystery. Sun, world soul, or Osiris Apis compounded. His very name read as 7-lettered and hymned with the 7 vowels. Legends tie his colossal image to a dream of Ptolemy Soter and a stolen idol from Sinope, recognized by initiates as Serapis and equated with Pluto, a political bridge between Greece and Egypt. His statues, often Grecian in style, present a pensive androgynous majesty, coiled with the cosmic serpent, crowned with rays. Materials range from composite alloys to the famed emerald colossus. In the greater mysteries, beyond Isis's lesser, crypts, machines, and labyrinths tried candidates before an epiphany of the god. The maze signified the world's bewilderments and the bull-headed lower man who besets the soul. Serapis's cult braided into early Christianity. Hadrian even remarked on shared worship, and his grave, noble head likely seated the conventional visage of the Savior. His ascendancy waned under Theodosius. The Serapeum fell, the image was shattered, and with the sack perished treasures of pagan wisdom. Yet the symbols and much of the doctrine they veiled passed on under other names. Christians raised the Serapeum of Alexandria, and beneath its foundations reportedly found the monogram of Christ, an emblem long hidden under a pagan shrine. Serapis himself is shown ruling time and flood, standing on a sacred crocodile, gauging the Nile with a rule and balancing a triple-headed creature, lion, present, wolf, past, dog, future, coiled by a serpent, often with Cerberus or grain baskets like Jupiter. Ancient authorities equated Serapis Isis with the great gods of Samothrace, and the sun under many names: Mithras in Persia, Attis in Phrygia, Ammon in Libya, Adonis in Byblos, one light in many rites. The Odinic mysteries, cast in the north but patterned after Greek, Persian, and Brahmic models, were attributed to a culture hero who took the name Odin, founded the College of 12 Daughters, and instituted rites dramatizing Baldur's death and restoration. Myth became ritual. From Ymir's sundered body, the worlds were formed. Asgard crowned the mountain, Valhalla received the brave. Initiation moved through 9 caverns mirroring 9 worlds. Asgard, Alfheim, Niflheim, Jotunheim, Midgard, Vanaheim, Muspelheim, Svartalfheim, and Helheim. While the candidate, playing the hidden part of Baldur, sought to raise the beautiful from death. In a shield-roofed hall, he swore upon a naked blade, drank sanctified mead from a skull bowl, faced ordeals, and unveiled Odin, wisdom. Given the ring, he was reborn, dead, and raised without passing the gates of death. Wagner's Ring preserves the thunder of this cycle, though in operatic dress. Foremost among ancient initiations were the Eleusinian mysteries, venerating Ceres, Demeter, and Persephone. Their fame sprang from moral beauty and luminous doctrine. Their rites spread from Attica to Rome and Britain and through Platonism to later ages. The lesser mysteries at Agrae in spring used Persephone's abduction by Pluto to veil the descent of Psyche into matter, the body as sepulchre, nature's mirror as fatal lure. The dead are those ruled by the senseless personality. Candidates vowed to silence upon sacrificial skins learned that the unpurified soul carries its cravings beyond the tomb, suffering the Dantean logic of its own desires. That midnight thins the veil and draws souls into birth. That suicide bears a hidden woe not to be named. Passing the subterranean trials, the neophyte became a mystes, one brought to the veil, seeing dimly. The greater mysteries at Eleusis in autumn elevated Ceres' quest for her lost child with the 2 torches of intuition and reason. Persephone, having tasted the pomegranate, halves her year. Winter beneath with Pluto, summer above, an image of the soul's daily descent in waking and ascent in sleep, and of the initiate's trained intercession to free the psyche from Pluto's realm. Conchs, Pax, sealed rites akin to Brahmanic practice. 9 ritual days echoed 9 prenatal spheres. The climax led from gloom to brilliance, from the gate of ignorance to the hall of unseen lamps. A radiant statue of Ceres, Hierophant, and ministers in splendid robes, and the final autopsy. Beholding. The initiate, now Apoptes, one who has seen, received ciphered books and stone tablets. Officiants embodied the cosmos. Hierophant as Demiurgus, torchbearer as sun, altar man as moon, herald as Hermes, others as the lesser stars. Testimonies speak of living gods, whether through ecstasy or supernal aid. Women and children were admitted, yet higher teachings passed on to a few of superior grasp. Socrates himself declined formal initiation lest oaths seal a tongue that already knew. Initiates kept their garments for years as emblems of inner vesture. First the animal skin, then the consecrated robe. Virtue and wisdom as the soul's true clothing. Porphyry summarized their language of light. Transparent stones and gold for the divine, spheres and circles for eternity, obelisks for the igneous principle, human beauty for the source of beauty itself. Thus, the mysteries preserved in drama and symbol one philosophic flame, the soul's descent, bondage, purification, and return to the source of light and truth. Porphyry's lexicon of forms makes matter speak. Cone for sun, cylinder for earth, phallus and triangle for generation, shorthand for powers elusus taught through symbol. In the Bacchic initiations, the candidate enacted Dionysus, assailed by Titans, slain and restored, crowned with myrtle and ivy. Traditions cast Bacchus as an early Christ type, virgin born on December 25th. Wonder worker who turned water to wine riding on an ass, slain by Titans and rising March 25th, hailed Savior, shown as an infant at midwinter. Bacchus is also solar, his resurrection aided by Apollo. Philosophically, it is the soul's disentanglement from titanic matter, like smoke rising from consumed dross. Once lofty, the rites later decayed into orgia. Yet Eleusis endured longest, teaching how to live and die, until Theodosius stamped it out. Orpheus, more god than man to later Greeks, founded their sacred theology and moral law, distilling Egyptian Samothracian and possibly Brahmanic wisdom into myth and music. His descent for erudice is the soul's recall from ignorance. His backward glance, theology's mistrust of the soul's own knowing. His dismemberment by frenzied women, sectarian strife tearing truth's body while its head, esoteric doctrine, still speaks. The seven-stringed lyre denotes 7 keys of universal knowledge. The swan, his doctrine reborn through initiates of every age. The Bacchic Dionysiac doctrine turns on a grand allegory. The rational world soul, Bacchus, lured by its reflection in the mirror of illusion, scattered by titans, zodiacal powers, and mired in matter, boiled, immersion in form, and roasted, spiritual ascent. Zeus's thunderbolt, death's disintegration, prevents the loss of the divine idea. From titanic ashes mixed with the god's flesh, mankind is formed, bearing both irrational fragments and Bacchic life. The saved heart of Bacchus is the immortal center in ether. The mysteries gather the scattered members, reintegrating the soul from separateness to unity, until Bacchus rises whole. Dionysos is the solar aspect of this same mystery, statues born in Eleusis' lesser degree. From this current flowed the Dionysiac architects, an ancient fraternity of builders who married earthly and divine architectonics, marked their stones, kept a secret tongue, and raised monuments across the ancient world. Later legend places them at Solomon's temple and counts see Hiram Abiff among their initiates. An early echo of the speculative craft that would inherit much of their language, aim, and light. Atlantis and the gods of antiquity. Science, after disdainful indifference, reopened Atlantis. Pierre Termier, Smithsonian, 1915, marshaled geologic, geographic, and zoological hints. Volcanic lavas dredged along an Azores Iceland line, the Atlantic's volcanic islands, and biographic clues. To argue a vast region west of the Pillars of Hercules collapsed in the recent geologic past, he called oceanographers to the question. Plato's Critias, Poseidon received the sea and Atlantis. On a central mountain dwelt Evenor, Leucippe, and Clito. Poseidon begat 5 pairs of sons, made Atlas overlord, and ringed the citadel with concentric land and sea zones, hot and cold springs, bridges, canals, and walls sheathed in brass, tin, and orichalc. The temple of Poseidon, silver without, gold crested, ivory and precious metals within, held his colossal statue and golden groups of the 10 kings and their wives. A fertile plain, irrigation, racecourses, baths, docks, and a harbor thronged with ships completed the splendor. Laws inscribed on an orichalc pillar bound the 10 kings to mutual aid and peace, with Atlas's line supreme in grave decisions. Hubris came, Zeus convened the gods, and the tale breaks. In the Timaeus, in a single day and night Atlantis sank. Shoaling mud barred the sea. Marcellus told of 7 sacred islands and 3 vast ones. Trantor heard the story on Egyptian pillars. Ignatius Donnelly linked horses and Poseidon. Philosophically, Atlantis encodes a triune cosmos and man. 10 kings as the tetractys, 5 pairs of opposites, ruled by the monad. 3 great and 7 lesser islands mirror the triune deity in 7 regions. The submersion signifies spiritual involution, the fall, preceding conscious evolution. The Axel Mountain is the world head, the city of the golden gates, the archetype of the holy city. Atlantean symbols, the cross and the serpent, passed to later faiths. Plumed serpents, Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, Gulkamaz, and sea-born civilizers, Owanis, recall initiate priests of the sacred feather. Pyramids and mounds echo a lost center. H.P. Blavatsky, seduced by Thevatat, Atlantis became a nation of wicked magicians. War, then submersion. Yet illumined initiates withdrew to Egypt, bearing the sacred doctrine. The dying god mystery, Tammuz, shepherd, sun, soul, mourned and revived. Ishtar descends through 7 gates, stripped of crown, jewels, girdle, cloak. Released by the water of life, she rises reinvested. An allegory of spirit's descent through planetary spheres into Hades' body and its cure by the secret doctrine. Merodach slays the dragon and fashions the world. Adonai, Lord, born, gored by the boar, mourned at Bethlehem's grotto, risen on March 25th. Was enacted in rites with gardens of Adonis. Attis of Phrygia, pine tree mystery, 3 days in the tomb. Easter rising, bequeathed the evergreen. Neophytes ate from drum and cymbal, were blood baptized, then fed on milk. Philosophic infants. Pan, the natural energy, and Saturnian goat. Pipes, the harmony of the spheres. Great Pan is dead, marked an oracle's silence. Sabazius's golden serpent gliding over the breast signified solar renovation. Sabbath passed into Jewish speech. The Kabiri of Samothrace. 3 degrees, slaying, finding, resurrection. Taught a brother slain by his brethren, sheltered children and suppliants, and guided navigators. Pine tree, Hermes, Cadmilus, and Corybantic blood rooted their symbols. Odin, the hanged man, sacrifices himself 9 nights on the world tree, spear-pierced, to win the runes. Esoterically, the spirit suspended over illusion, gaining wisdom, not death. Thus, the universal passion, Osiris, Dionysus, Adonis, Attis, Balder, Hiram, reappears in Christianity's crucifixion. To recover its pagan heights, the Church must regrasp the inner key. The dying and rising God as the law of universal and individual redemption, disentangling the Bacchic heart from the titanic fragments, gathering the scattered members and raising the God within. The life and teachings of Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus. Lightning split the heavens and the veil of the temple tore apart. The initiate in white stood before the unveiled darkness as the master in blue and gold declared, "Behold the light of Egypt." From the void a shining mist arose, filling the air with soft brilliance. Within it a vast radiant figure appeared, the heart pulsing as an ibis, the brain as a living emerald, the hand bearing a winged serpent staff. "All hail thee, Thoth, Hermes thrice greatest," cried the initiator, as Hermes struck down the dragon Typhon beneath his feet and vanished in blinding light. Hermes, the divine teacher, was credited with revealing medicine, geometry, magic, philosophy, and the arts of civilization. Manetho claimed 36,000 books bore his name, too vast for a single man, suggesting Hermes was both person and principle, the universal mind embodied. The Greeks knew him as Mercury, the Jews as Enoch, the messenger between God and men. He reformed the calendar, founded the mysteries later echoed in Masonry, and became thrice greatest, philosopher, priest, and king. Clement of Alexandria preserved the account of Hermes' 42 sacred books, works of philosophy, medicine, astrology, and ritual, guarded by Egypt's priestly orders. When Alexandria burned, nearly all were lost, the survivors hidden in the desert by initiates who preserved the Hermetic succession in secret. Chief among these was the Book of Thoth, sealed in a golden coffer within the temple's inner shrine, granting power over the elements and revealing the method of awakening divine consciousness. Legend says it survives as the tarot, the pictorial key to wisdom carried by the exiled Egyptian priests, the Gypsies. In the divine Pymander, Hermes recounts his vision. Alone in meditation, his spirit freed from the senses, he beheld the great dragon of light, Poimandres, the mind of the universe, who revealed to him the origin of worlds. From radiant light arose word, reason, and life. Darkness became matter, and through the word's movement fire and air were born, forming the heavens. The supreme mind, loving its own thought, created the archetypes of all forms. From the word proceeded the second mind, the workman, who forged the cosmos and set in motion the 7 planetary governors, binding creation by destiny. From this light and life emerged the celestial man, image of God, who, beholding his reflection in the waters of nature, fell in love with his own shadow and descended into it. Thus, divine spirit united with mortal form, the immortal bound within illusion. Within man resides both the sky man, radiant and eternal, and the earthly body, mortal and perishable. 7 hermaphroditic races sprang from this union, reflecting the 7 planetary powers. When the sexes divided, God spoke through the inner word. Let him who has mind know himself to be immortal, and let him learn all things that are, for he who knows himself enters into the state of good. Poimandres taught that ignorance binds the soul to death through the attachment to the body. Wisdom alone reveals that the body is the soul's tomb, and only through mind, the divine reason, can man return to light. At death, the soul ascends the 7 planetary rings, surrendering to each its passions. To the moon, change; to Mercury, cunning; to Venus, desire; to the sun, ambition; to Mars, rashness; to Jupiter, greed; and to Saturn, falsehood. Purified, the spirit rises to the 8th sphere, the realm of the fixed stars, where it joins the chorus of immortals freed from the wheel of rebirth. Poimandres charged Hermes to bring this mystery to mankind, that the divine spark within must awaken, forsake illusion, and ascend through knowledge to union with the Father of Light. Hermes became the guide of souls, teaching men to turn inward and know the eternal self. His final hymn consecrated his life to God. Holy art thou, who art before the first beginning. Holy art thou, who art stronger than all powers, greater than all praise. Accept the pure offering of a heart stretched unto thee. I believe thee, and depart in peace into thy light and life. Thus ends the vision of Hermes, the revelation of the divine mind within man and the secret of immortality, hidden in allegory for those raised into the presence of the true mind. The initiation of the pyramid. Supreme among ancient wonders, the Great Pyramid stands in silent majesty, enduring when all else has passed. Its simple grandeur overwhelms human sense, a stone parable beside the shifting sands of time. Who conceived its perfect measures? Who shaped its massive blocks? Remains unknown. Herodotus offered a colorful tale of steps, machines, and laborers fed on radishes and onions, but his account, like many of his writings, conceals more than it reveals. The tradition that Cheops built the pyramid is unproved. The burial chamber is unfinished, its walls untouched by the hieroglyphs, images, and adornments proper to Egyptian royal tombs. The few painted marks sealed within higher construction chambers are crude and inverted, hardly fitting for a proud pharaoh. Their meaning is uncertain, and they are offset by seashells at the base that imply immense antiquity. Arabian legends claim it was built before the flood as a refuge of sages or as the treasure house of an ancient king. Even the hieroglyphic panel above the entrance belongs to the 19th century, cut as a tribute by Dr. Lepsius. When Caliph al-Mamun reached the pyramid in 820 AD, its smooth casing stones hid every sign of an entrance. Desperate for rumored treasure, he set men to cut into the north face until chance revealed the descending passage. Forcing their way past the fallen portcullis stones and granite plugs, they entered the upper chambers only to find them empty. Facing revolt, the Caliph secretly buried gold near the entrance and ordered his men to discover it, praising the wisdom of the ancient king who had prepared their wages in advance. Thus the pyramid was again left to time. Its polished sides, once dazzling in the sun, were stripped through the centuries to adorn mosques and palaces. Questions multiplied. Was the pyramid older than the Egyptian hieroglyphs themselves? Its upper chambers seemed sealed long before dynastic Egypt, yet markings in the lowest chamber show Romans once entered there. Certain secret calculations propose its first ceremony nearly 70,000 years ago, when the star Vega sent its rays directly down the descending corridor. Figures modern scholars reject, yet based upon precise sidereal mechanics woven into the structure. The outer erosion cannot be due to water if the casing stone still existed in the 9th century. Interior salts likely exuded naturally from the stone. Submergence is possible but unproved. The monument consists wholly of limestone and granite, fitted with astonishing precision and joined by a cement now as hard as rock. Jewel-toothed bronze saws cut the blocks. The chips were heaped against the plateau to buttress the foundation. The whole is perfectly oriented, and by a remarkable proportion, the pyramid squares the circle. The circumference of a circle whose radius is its height equals the total length of its base. If the upper passages were sealed long before the Christian era, later initiates must have used hidden subterranean galleries for access. For with the casing stones in place, the single entrance was invisible. Much speculation surrounds the granite plugs blocking the ascending passage. Their positions suggest they were set from above, implying that workmen escaped by another route. Some believe they descended through the well shaft, dropping the ramp stone behind them. Others hold that the well itself was cut later by robbers breaking upward from the underground chamber. Its roughness, irregular grotto, and awkward diameter support the latter view. If so, this explains the pyramid's emptiness when opened by Al-Mamun, and perhaps the missing coffer lid. The niche in the north wall of the Queen's Chamber, often dismissed as a shrine, has the converging form of a blocked passage. If opened, it might reveal the exit used by the builders after sealing the plugs. Biblical speculations that the pyramid was Joseph's granary or the tomb of the Pharaoh of the Exodus are fanciful and ignore its structure. The Great Sphinx near the pyramid is purely Egyptian in type. Inscribed as an image of Harmachis, it bears the likeness of the pharaoh who commissioned it. Thothmes IV excavated it after the god appeared to him in a dream, complaining of the sand covering his body. The broken beard discovered between its paws belonged to a later restoration. The temple and steps before it were probably Roman. The hollow in its crown once supported a missing headdress, not a hidden shaft. Many have sought to find chambers within the Sphinx, but except for its paws, it is carved from a single mass of stone. Likely a natural outcropping later sculptured, it is composed of marine limestone, not artificial blocks. The idea that the Sphinx concealed the entrance to the pyramid has charm but no proof. Legends tell of a bronze door between its paws, opening to labyrinthine galleries leading to the subterranean parts of the pyramid, but no trace remains. Still, many believe hidden chambers lie beneath the plateau. If so, they must be small, for the builders would never place so massive a structure over hollow ground. The pyramid itself stands as a symbol of the divine science of antiquity. Some derive its name from fire, others from measure, others from division into 10. Its square base signifies nature's immutable foundation. Its four sides facing the cardinal points represent the extremes of heat and cold, light and darkness. From each baseline rises a triangle signifying the threefold divine nature within the fourfold body of man. The total of its symbolic lines yields numbers sacred to the lower world and the greater cycles. The faces mirror the 12 zodiacal powers. The whole becomes the cherubim. Its inner chambers correspond to the heart, brain, and generative nature, the spiritual centers of man. The pyramid also mirrors the meditative posture of the ancient sages. The divine influences were believed to descend upon its apex like light entering an inverted tree, branching downward through its sides to enlighten the world. The missing capstone signified the incompleteness of man and the universe. Each initiate was to become the living capstone through whom the divine power was focused. The pyramid was the house of the hidden places, the supreme temple of Hermes, the invisible deity manifest through wisdom. It was no tomb, but the first and greatest sanctuary of the mysteries, embodying the knowledge from which all arts and sciences descend. Here, Osiris, the solar spirit buried in matter, was symbolically entombed. Through its passageways moved the illumined of antiquity. They entered as mortals and emerged as gods. Within its depths dwelt the initiator, the illustrious one, clothed in blue and gold and bearing the sevenfold key of eternity. The lion-faced master whom none could see until purified. Here Plato sought the wisdom of the ages. In the king's chamber occurred the rite of the second death. The candidate, crucified upon the cross of the seasons, lay in the stone coffer, while his soul ascended like a hawk through celestial realms, discovering the immortality of light, life, and truth. The chamber's strange resonance and icy atmosphere served the highest initiation. Modern scholars ponder the pyramid's purpose, but the motive of its builders was the ancient urge to know, to exchange mortality for enlightenment. Many theories identify it as the source of weights and measures, languages, alphabets, and cosmic proportions, but few see it as the gateway to eternity. The ancient world possessed one great secret, greater than 1,000,000 modern discoveries, the secret of life and illumination instead of death and confusion. Someday the wisdom of the mysteries will return. Dogma will fall, and the ancient science of the soul will rise phoenix-like from the ashes of creeds. The dying god will live again, the hidden chamber will be rediscovered, and the pyramid will once more become the emblem of resurrection and regeneration. The master of the hidden house waits for the seeker who rejects counterfeit wisdom and desires only truth itself. Isis, the Virgin of the World. The Saitic Isis, whose temple bore the inscription, "I, Isis, am all that has been, that is, and shall be. No mortal has ever unveiled me," embodied nature's eternal mystery. Daughter of Hermes or Prometheus in myth, Isis personified wisdom itself. Her name, linked with to save or ice, signified the passive, receptive principle. Water crystallized. She was the mother of all living things, yet the ever-virgin, later transformed by Christianity into the Madonna. Apuleius's Isis proclaimed herself nature, queen of elements, parent of creation, worshipped under many names across nations. Le Plongeon claimed Isis was once a Mayan queen, but her universality betrays an archetype, not a person. She is the world virgin, the fecund matrix through which the solar Osiris, symbol of the generative fire, impregnates the earth. The two principles mirror the atom and the cosmos, positive radiant centers surrounded by receptive bodies. Osiris as the sun represents vital force. Isis, the dark, fertile substance that receives and gives form. Their myth is the cosmic allegory of generation, death, and resurrection. Osiris, murdered by Typhon, pride and selfishness, was sealed in a chest and cast into the Nile, the sun descending into matter. The chest lodged in a tree, later built into a royal pillar signifying spirit imprisoned in form. Isis, mourning, sought the scattered fragments of her husband. She found all but one, recreating the lost part in gold, the indestructible seed of life. Typhon's defeat by Horus, the sun, symbolizes the restoration of divine order. Thus, through death and dismemberment, regeneration occurs, the essence of Hermetic truth. Isis, veiled and enthroned, represents nature herself, visible but never fully revealed. Her images bore the sun, moon, and stars. Her robe of black, green, red, and white reflected decay, growth, fire, and purity, the alchemical stages of transmutation. The sistrum she held reminded initiates that nature is motion, stagnation is corruption. Her serpented crown, serpent swallowing its tail, denoted cyclical renewal. Her ship and spindle symbolized the voyage of life and the weaving of destiny. From her breast sprang wheat and grapes, signifying nourishment and the golden seed of solar life. The scales and fire she bore revealed her dual nature, exact justice and immortal vitality. Between the twin pillars, Isis and wisdom showed that truth resides between opposites. The ancients called her nature rejoicing in nature, the eternal matrix through which spirit attains form and form releases spirit. She embodied the alchemist's mercury, the lunar essence awaiting the sun's light to quicken it into gold. The philosopher's stone and elixir of life. Around her girdle gleamed stars, under her feet serpents. Her pedestal bore ram's heads, sign of the creative fire in Aries. Every emblem declared the Hermetic axiom. Nature contains nature, rejoices in her own nature, surmounts nature, and is perfected only through herself. With Horus in her arms, she became the celestial virgin of Virgo, clothed in the sun and crowned with stars. Her image, mirrored in Christian art, continued the lineage of the World Mother. The sea from which Apuleius saw her arise was the primordial womb of life. Her child, the sun reborn from waters. Harpocrates, finger to lips, stood beside her, teaching silence before mystery. She was Sophia, the Virgin of Wisdom, sought by philosophers and mystics alike, the eternal feminine, keeper of the great work. In her rites, Hermetic philosophy veiled the alchemy of the soul. That the spirit of man, Osiris, descends into body, Isis, is slain by ignorance, Typhon, and must be reconstituted through divine insight into a radiant whole. Thus nature, mother of all, conceals the sacred fire, the immortal flame within the human heart. The initiate, lifting her veil, beholds not a goddess apart, but the mirror of the eternal self. The sun, a universal deity. Sun worship was the earliest and most natural form of religion. Primitive peoples, sensing the sun's life-giving power, revered it as the visible emblem of the supreme deity. From this sprang the world's major theologies: the Hindu Brahma, Persian Mithras, Egyptian Ra and Osiris, Phoenician Adonai, Greek Apollo, all personifications of the same solar principle, the generator of life and light. Everywhere stood monuments to its worship: the pyramids, the ziggurats, stone circles, and high mounds, all ancient observatories and altars of the sun. From solar observation came both religion and science. The priests of antiquity were astronomers who clothed cosmic truths in myth and ritual. Each celestial body was assigned to a deity. The constellations became their abodes. The sun's journey through the zodiac became the sacred story of divine creation and redemption. The Trinity, so central to theology, was derived from the threefold aspect of the sun: rising, full, and setting. Dawn, symbolizing the Father, is blue, the light of beginning. Noon, the sun, is golden, radiant, and life-giving. Sunset, the Holy Spirit, is red, the transmuting fire that dies only to rise again. The Egyptians saw in this the mystery of immortality. The sun's daily death and resurrection became the model of the soul's journey. Its annual course through the 12 signs gave rise to myths of the 12 labors of Hercules, the 12 apostles, and the 12 gates of heaven. All gods of antiquity, Bel, Bacchus, Hercules, Samson, were solar heroes conquering darkness. Crowns, scepters, and priestly ornaments imitated the sun's rays. Kings ruled by its authority. Temples bore its winged globe above their gates. In Masonic symbolism, the worshipful master sits in the east as the rising sun, source of light and order. The lion of the sun became the emblem of strength and sovereignty, its golden mane the corona of divine power. Christianity inherited the same solar allegory. Jesus, the radiant youth born of a virgin, is the reborn sun. His birth at the winter solstice marks the renewal of light after darkness. His death and resurrection mirror the sun's daily setting and rising. The ancients celebrated December 25th as Natalis Solis Invicti, the birth of the unconquered sun. Virgo, the celestial virgin, brings forth the sun when the constellation rises on that day. Thus, the Virgin Mary and her divine child perpetuate the ancient Isis and Horus mystery. Even the assumption of the Virgin parallels Virgo's yearly disappearance into the sun's rays in August. The mystics discerned not one but three suns: the spiritual, the intellectual, solar, and the material. These correspond to spirit, soul, and body, the triple light of divinity within man. The physical sun vitalizes the body, the intellectual sun redeems the mind, the spiritual sun awakens the divine self. The six-pointed Star of Solomon, two interlaced triangles, signifies the union of heaven and earth, spirit and matter, within the human constitution. To the Hermetists, the visible sun was but a reflection of an invisible spiritual sun, source of wisdom and truth. Paracelsus declared that the blind feel its heat, though they cannot see its light, and that those with awakened spirit behold the eternal sun even in midnight darkness. The Rosicrucians named these three aspects Vulcan, Christ, and Jehovah, Father, Son, and Spirit, and taught that the intellect, Lucifer, must be transmuted by the soul's light, Christ, to regain divine unity. In alchemy, gold was the crystallized essence of sunlight, the perfected soul. Every substance contained the seed of gold, meaning the divine spark awaiting liberation through purification. Regeneration was not creation of something new, but the unfolding of the hidden sun within. The alchemist was therefore a spiritual miner, seeking the treasure of the light buried in the matter of self. The midnight sun of initiation signified the inner radiance that shines even in darkness, the spirit's eternal day beyond physical night. It was the light seen by initiates deep within the earth's heart, the secret fire that conquers shadow and death. Solar colors also bore sacred meaning: blue for consciousness and the heavens, yellow for intellect and life, red for force and passion. The trinity of mind, soul, and body. White signified purity, gold, divine glory, green, fertility, black, dissolution and humility. The ancients knew 7 primary colors corresponding to 7 tones and 7 planetary powers, the complete spectrum of the soul's vibration. Thus, throughout all ages, the sun was more than a star in the sky. It was the living symbol of divinity, wisdom, and immortality. Its daily path mirrored the destiny of man: descent into matter, struggle with darkness, and triumphant resurrection into eternal light. The zodiac and its signs. The ancients held that the stars ruled both heaven and earth. To them, astronomy was the language of the gods and astrology its interpretation. The Magi of Persia, the priests of Egypt, and the Chaldean sages studied the motions of the planets and constellations, not for curiosity, but to understand the laws governing creation and destiny. The heavens were alive. Every star was an intelligent being, influencing the fate of nations and men. Temples, pyramids, and stone circles across the world served as astronomical observatories, aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and star risings. Without telescopes, early astronomers achieved astonishing accuracy using stone and bronze instruments, some of which, like those still standing at Yapur, remain operational today. The zodiac, or circle of living things, was a celestial belt through which the sun appeared to travel. Divided into 12 30-degree houses, each sign symbolized a quality of solar influence rather than the shape of the star group itself. The Greeks and Egyptians believed these creatures, ram, bull, lion, scorpion, were sacred emblems of divine forces expressed in time. Originally, there may have been 10 houses, later expanded to 12 with the addition of Libra, the balance, marking the equilibrium between light and darkness. As the sun completes its yearly circuit, it loses about 1 degree every 72 years, regressing through the zodiac in a 25,920-year, great year. Each 2,160-year span defines an age: the Taurian, Arian, Piscean, and now dawning Aquarian. Religion and myth shifted with these cycles. In Taurus, the bull of Apis; in Aries, the Lamb of God; in Pisces, the fish of Christ; in Aquarius, the water bearer who pours the living waters of the Spirit upon the world. These ages left deep traces in every faith. The Egyptians worshipped the bull when the sun rose in Taurus. The Hebrews sanctified the ram when it entered Aries. Christianity arose under Pisces with its fish symbol, fishermen, saints, and Friday fast. The coming Aquarian age heralds enlightenment, the outpouring of wisdom long hidden in mystery schools. The ancients also linked the zodiac with the human form. The macrocosm, the great world, was reflected in the microcosm, man. Aries ruled the head, Taurus the throat, Gemini the arms, Cancer the chest, Leo the heart, Virgo the abdomen, Libra the loins, Scorpio the generative organs, Sagittarius the thighs, Capricorn the knees, Aquarius the legs, and Pisces the feet. Thus man was the image of the cosmos and his destiny written in the stars. Astrology was taught in two great systems. The geocentric placed Earth at the center and served to interpret physical life and events. The heliocentric, with the sun central, revealed spiritual and intellectual realities. The uninitiated worshipped the sun where the sun's reflection fell, while the initiates revered the hidden opposite sign where the sun truly dwelt. Hence, the outer cults adored the bull, while the esoteric schools revered the serpent or eagle of Scorpio, the symbol of transmutation and wisdom. Each solstice and equinox was a sacred turning point. Aries marked rebirth at the spring equinox. Cancer symbolized the mother and generation at midsummer. Libra, the balance of choice and judgment at autumn. And Capricorn, the death and renewal of life in winter. These celestial events became festivals, sacraments, and allegories of the soul's descent and return. The zodiac itself was the body of the cosmic man. Each of its 12 signs formed a member of the great being whose life and consciousness permeated the universe. Within this vast frame, humanity mirrored the divine anatomy and was bound to the stars through a shared rhythm of birth, growth, and decay. From this cosmology arose the doctrine of the soul's descent through the zodiacal gates. Spirits entered matter through one of the 12 signs, taking on the nature of its creature. The ram gave courage, the bull strength, the twins intellect, the crab sensitivity, the lion nobility, and so on. Thus, metempsychosis, the transmigration of souls, was a metaphor for spiritual evolution through the 12 archetypal stages of experience. Each constellation also governed a part of the world and of man's sevenfold nature. The sun in Leo ruled the heart, in Scorpio the mysteries of initiation, in Sagittarius aspiration. The lion, long emblem of solar strength, became the grip of resurrection and the mysteries. The lion's paw that raises the candidate from darkness to light. The ancients measured time, morality, and human development by these celestial archetypes. They saw the same divine order reflected in atoms and in stars, in man and in the cosmos. To know the heavens was to know the self. The maxim, as above, so below, summed their wisdom. The universe was the grand man, and man the universe in miniature, each moving to the same eternal rhythm of the stars. The Bembine Table of Isis. Plato, so the old account goes, was admitted to the greater mysteries at 49 within the Great Pyramid's hidden halls. Before the Isaic altar, he endured 3 days of sacred trials, beheld the unseen Hierophant, received the highest teachings with their living symbols, and after 3 months in the underchambers was sent, like Pythagoras and Orpheus, to bear the flame of the order into the world. Of that altar there survives a strange memorial, the Mensa Isaica, the Bembine Table of Isis. It surfaced after the sack of Rome, passed from a locksmith to Cardinal Bembo, then to Mantua, Savoy, Sardinia, Paris, and finally Turin. Reproduced by Aeneas Vicus, described by Kircher, derided by some, defended by others. The tablet, bronze with enamel and silver inlay, bears shallow figures rimmed in silver. Its base is long torn away. Antiquaries measured it, catalogued it, and quarreled over it. But whoever fashioned it was no trifler. He was an initiate, steeped in Hermetic doctrine, compressing in image the theologies of Chaldea, Egypt, and Greece. The thing is not art for art's sake, but a ritual instrument, a compact cosmos. Ancient priests believed the divine answered exact ceremony. Every gesture, vestment, emblem had to be true to the archetype it invoked. Their temples mirrored creation, stones and streams beneath, stars on the walls, genii in the dome, an altar at the heart, so that the celebrant, clothed in the god's insignia, might become congruent with the power sought. Align the human act with the supernal idea, and the chord will answer to its counterpart. Contemplation turns to contact, prophecy to participation. So with the Isaic table. It is tripartite, an upper band of celestial governors, a middle field of generating intelligences, and a lower procession of distributing powers. The fathers of fountains who keep the gates of the world. 45 principal figures arranged in 15 triads. Around them, a border of beasts and composites suggests either the elemental kingdoms or the archetypal patterns of form. The 4 corner flowers are heliotropic emblems of the soul that turns towards its sun. Read simply, the tablet is an altar to Isis, nature veiled and unveiled, spread not with food for the body, but with symbols to feed the invisible man. Read philosophically, it is the plan of the 3 worlds, archetypal, intellectual, sensible. From the hidden crown of the supreme mind proceeds a triple foundation. From that, triads unfold, fixed, volatile, fecund, sidereal, lunar, solar, sublunary, subterranean, distributing life and law down the chain of being. All is in all. The divine in the angelic in the stellar in the corporeal. Each world reveals its superior and receives from it. The Egyptians therefore imaged invisible powers and visible likeness, assigning to corruptible forms the virtues of the incorruptible, thereby teaching that the shadow declares its light. Goodness is first cause and self-diffusive. Everything longs for it and bears its spark. The supreme mind, through its paternal foundation and ministering intelligences, pours its fecund fire downward. Hence the Hermetic use of the seed. Each seed is the tree folded. The world is God unfolded. Fire yields the heavens, water the earth, air the mediator. From these 3 arise the 7 directions and the holy center, echoed here by the 7 central triads and the enthroned figure at their heart. That enthroned figure, Isis as Lynx, the all-containing idea, is seated upon the house of horns, under a triple concealed crown, the unrevealed triad of Kether, Chokmah, Bina, above the cube of earth. From this invisible crown, the 7 manifest powers radiate like the 7 lower Sephiroth from the hidden 3. Thus the tablet enciphers the same doctrine Plato veils in dialogues, the Kabbalists in the tree, the Chaldeans in their oracles. Around the right moved Kircher, Levi, Westcott, and other late interpreters. Kircher saw a manual of theurgic operations. Arrange yourself under the proper triad, vest with its insignia, sound its hymn, and the corresponding intelligence will answer. Levi intuited a deeper key, the center's 21 signs as the major arcana of the Book of Thoth, the nameless 0 as the supernal crown from which the series emanates. Westcott, gathering their hints, mapped the upper register in the zodiacal houses. 4 fixed signs as fathers, man, bull, lion, eagle, flanked by cardinal powers and mutable minds. The winged globe of Egypt resolved into cherubic geometry. The middle he allotted to solar and planetary triads, light and dark, fire and water. The lower to the labors and gates of the elemental world. Others tried calendars and star tables. Some scoffed, forgery. Such judgments miss the point. The tablet is genuine in the only way that matters. It faithfully transmits a system of initiation where image, number, and rite converge. Everything in it serves the same end, to carry through from form to idea, from symbol to source, whether one reads it cosmically, a genesis from crown to matter, anatomically, governors in the brain, zodiac in the members, alchemically, sulfur, mercury, salt, throne, goddess, cube, or initiatically, the gate of descent and return. The design remains. a ladder of triads, a grammar of correspondences, a map by which the soul may travel from the sensible to the intelligible and, if worthy, glimpse the archetypal light from which all images flow. Wonders of antiquity. Ancient tombs, says the lore, sometimes hid a strange marvel. Lamps sealed with the dead that seemed to burn for centuries. Priests set true lamps and terracotta miniatures alike. Some were found with original oil intact. Others, so the stories go, still alight when the vaults were opened. Renaissance and early modern writers argued over them by the hundreds. A few swore to perpetual flames, more allowed very long, and many cried diabolical trick. Kircher, magnificently inconsistent, first blamed devils, then dismissed the whole affair as folly, then solved it again as clever hydraulics. Secret ducts from petroleum beds feeding asbestos-wicked lamps. Reports abound anyway. A glowing light over Jupiter Ammon's door, Egypt's Venus lamp untouchable by wind or water, a gate lamp at Edessa said to have burned 5 centuries, another by Constantine's father's tomb, Pallassus's sepulchre lamp, the Nisus lamp, each a token of the old aspiration, a fire that renews itself. Practical recipes survive too. Alchemical pabulum for asbestos wicks, salamander's wool, sulfur cleansed to wax-like purity, spirits of wine cycled and cycled till the fuel behaved like immortal flame. Whether artifice, petroleum feed, or allegory of the imperishable spark in man, the lamps kept their fascination. So much so that legends of Rosicrucian crypts included a ceiling lamp that had kept vigil for 120 years. From the lamps we passed to the voices, the oracles. Apollo's most famed sat at Delphi, Pytho, the navel, the earth womb. Myth says the sun god slew Python, and the fumes rising from the serpent's body inspired the prophetess. Initiates knew the myth veiled a technique. A maiden, later women over 50 masked as maidens, purified in laurel and sacred waters, mounted the golden tripod over the chasm, inhaled the mephitic breath, convulsed, and then, transfigured, spoke hexameters. 5 hereditary hossi recorded each syllable and gesture. Philosophers interpreted, poets set them to lyrics so the city could hear. However the vapors were managed, natural exhalations, engineered gases, no proof either way. The influence was real, tyrants unmasked, policies shaped, liberties guarded. Serpents coiled the tripod's base. Hypnosis by serpent gaze is hinted in later accounts. When demand grew, the god spoke monthly, not merely on the 7th day of his natal reckoning. Other sanctuaries answered in their own tongues. At Dodona, the oak or beech of Zeus murmured. A dove or a dove named priestess discoursed. And talking kettles of brass rang and rang, vibrations read by priestesses after midnight. At Trophonius's cave, the seeker offered a ram, drank leth and mnemosyne from twin springs. Forgetting sorrow, remembering vision, clutched a honey cake, slid feet first into an oven-sized cleft, and emerged shaken, head aching, raving out dream oracles that priests decoded. Each site married place, rite, symbol, and psyche, the earth speaking through chosen instruments. And the builders, the initiated artists, set these mysteries in stone. The wonders are their public catechism in marble and bronze, each keyed to a planet, each preserving doctrine and form. One, the Colossus of Rhodes, brazen, ray-crowned torchbearer, stood scarcely 6 decades before earthquake felled him. Yet for 9 centuries the fallen giant taught the same lesson: the solar man is the true savior. 2. The Artemisium at Ephesus, 127 marble columns for the moon's generative temple, was a miniature cosmos later rebuilt minus its original key. 3. Phidias's Zeus at Olympia, ivory flesh, golden robe, victory in one hand, eagle scepter in the other, manifested Jovian sovereignty in a jeweled throne. 4. The pharaohs of Alexandria, white marble tower, fire on high, Saturn's austere lantern, guided ships and symbolized the elder light that truly illumines. 5. The mausoleum at Halicarnassus, five-fold base beneath a 24-step pyramid. A charioted king above mapped the senses rising towards spirit. Mars received this monument of noble memory. 6. The hanging gardens of Babylon, terraced worlds watered from the summit, were Venus, emblem of the layered unseen plains, beauty ascending through cultivation. All these, lamps, tripods, trees that speak, caves that dream, wonders that teach, point to one initiatory motif, a line symbol with archetype and power answers, whether a flame that will not die, a voice from the earth's navel, or a tower that outshines the night. The aim is the same, to wake the inner light, hear the inner oracle, and rebuild the inner temple. The life and philosophy of Pythagoras. Pythagoras, son of Nisarchus and Pithysus, was said to have been foreseen by the oracle of Delphi before birth. A child destined to surpass all men in wisdom and to aid humanity. Legends later claimed a divine origin for him, that he was born of a virgin overshadowed by Apollo himself. In spirit and myth, he was the Greek Son of God, prefiguring the same archetype later attached to Christ. He was born in Sidon around 600 BC, lived close to a century, and traveled widely in pursuit of wisdom. He studied under Egyptian priests, Chaldean magi, and Brahmin sages, learned from Zoroastrian initiates, and was versed in the mysteries of Isis, Adonis, and Eleusis. To the Brahmins, he was remembered as Yavanacharya, the Ionian teacher. When he returned west, he founded his school at Crotona in southern Italy, gathering disciples to whom he taught the secret sciences, mathematics, music, and astronomy, as keys to divine understanding. He married one of his students, Theano, whose intellect and loyalty preserved his teachings after his murder by political enemies. Tradition tells that his school was burned and his followers slain, yet they revered him as the master and perpetuated his doctrines in secret. Among them, friendship, silence, and obedience were sacred vows, and degrees of initiation, Mathematicus, Theoreticus, and Electus, led the worthy from exotic study to inner illumination. For Pythagoras, all philosophy rested on number. God was the monad, the one mind permeating all things. Motion was circular, essence, light, and nature, truth. The universe and man mirrored one another as macrocosm and microcosm. He taught moderation, self-discipline, and reverence for life. Meat clouded the mind, and even judges were urged to abstain before rendering verdicts. His medicine was musical and magnetic, harmonies to heal, verses from Homer as therapy, and color as a tonic to the soul. Wisdom, he said, was seeing the invisible cause through the visible form. All friendship, divine and human, sprang from harmony. To understand the world, one must know geometry, for every reality is triangular. Establish the triangle, he said, and the problem is 2/3 solved. Hence his cosmology, the supreme world of divine mind, the superior world of immortal archetypes, and the inferior world of material labor, all contained within one spirit. He taught that men return in successive lives, ascending through forms according to inner virtue. Transmigration for him was not punishment, but education, the soul's refinement toward unity with the divine. He claimed memory of past lives as Athalides, Euphorbus, Hermotimus, and others, and saw death as but a shedding of the grosser body for one of pure ether. His sacred symbol, the letter Y, marked the forked path of life. Rightward toward divine wisdom, leftward toward earthly illusion. The choice was the initiate's trial, to follow the veiled figure of truth or the jeweled figure of pleasure. Pythagoras revealed the hidden order of form, the 5 perfect solids, the tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, icosahedron, and dodecahedron, each corresponding to an element: fire, earth, air, water, and ether. These shapes were the divine archetype of creation. The dodecahedron, the most secret, represented the cosmos itself, and the 12 celestial powers reflected in the human brain. He taught that numbers and shapes are living principles. The point, 1, is unity; the line, 2, duality; the plane, 3, manifestation; the solid, 4, perfection. Together they formed the sacred 10, the tetractys, root of all nature. His followers swore by him who gave to our souls the tetractys, which hath the fountain and root of ever-springing nature. The aphorisms attributed to him counsel silence, restraint, and devotion. Seek solitude, govern the tongue, help the diligent, not the slothful, do not speak of divine things without light, forsake the old path once truth is sought, honor the life within all beings, and leave no shadow of ignorance behind. His astronomy overturned the belief that Earth was central. Fire, he declared, was the heart of the universe, the divine altar, about which all worlds revolved in 10 concentric spheres. One of these, Antichthon, the unseen counter-Earth, balanced creation. He called this cosmic hearth the Tower of Jupiter, the globe of unity, and the altar of Avesta. Venus, the light-bearer, he regarded as sacred to the goddess of love and wisdom, visible both before dawn and after sunset, herald of spiritual illumination. To Pythagoras, the stars were not inanimate matter but living souls, each a divine intelligence clothed in form. Astronomy was thus the study not of bodies but of beings. Physical observation revealed only shadows. True astronomy was the science of realities, the harmony of the heavens as music made visible. So enduring was his synthesis that Plato, Aristotle, and later initiates revered him as the root of philosophy. His system united science, ethics, and mysticism into one luminous geometry, the architecture of the soul itself. Pythagorean mathematics. After Pythagoras' death, the true key to the philosophy of number was lost. For centuries, scholars have speculated, but only fragments of his system survived. Hints preserved in the writings of disciples and later Greek commentators. The deeper doctrines transmitted orally to initiates perished with them. Modern secret schools may claim descent, but their published writings show little of the master's true arithmetic mysticism. What remains are glimpses, enigmatic statements like those of Plutarch, who recorded that the Pythagoreans linked geometric figures to divine powers. The triangle to Minerva, the unit to Apollo, the duad to strife, the triad to justice, the tetractys to the cosmos. Yet even Plutarch admitted that the meanings were already forgotten. Albert Pike and other Masonic philosophers likewise confessed ignorance of why Pythagoras was named the 7, Minerva, or the cube, Neptune. His symbols were too well veiled. The true Pythagorean doctrine, wrapped in allegory, can now only be inferred from scattered testimonies. To uncover the numerical power of words, one must restore them to their original sacred tongues, Hebrew and Greek, and compute their letter values. Jehovah, rendered in Hebrew as Yahweh, equals 26, Yod 10, He 5, Vau 6, He 5. Abraxas in Greek, Abraxas, equals 365, the days of the year, sign of the 365 aeons or spirits of time. Such names reduce through addition to one of the 10 digits, each a primal archetype. Thus, 666 reduces to 9, as does 144,000, both symbols of humanity. The later English system of numerology lacks ancient authority. The Pythagorean basis was decimal, not ninefold. Arithmetic, said Pythagoras, is the mother of all sciences, the root of geometry, music, and astronomy, upon which they depend. Geometry defines form, music defines proportion, astronomy defines motion. But arithmetic defines number itself, the essence of all. Magnitude concerns quantity, multitude concerns relationship. Arithmetic is multitude related to itself. Music, multitude related to others. Geometry governs stationary magnitude. Astronomy governs moving magnitude. All are bounded by mind, for number originates in consciousness. The monad is the all-including one, sire of gods and men. It represents totality, origin, and the seed of all forms. Each composite whole is a monad, yet itself a part of a greater monad, the universe. It is the archetype of unity, the eternal force from which all numbers spring, both the father and the sum of all things. Number is the unfolding of the seed, the energetic extension of the principles latent in the monad. The one is the summit of multiplicity, the first cause and the point from which all quantities emerge. Numbers are divided into odd and even. The odd, symbolizing definiteness and the masculine, are modeled on the monad. The even, indefinite, and feminine arise from the duad. Unity is androgynous, evenly odd, for it gives birth to both parity and disparity. Odd numbers cannot be divided equally. Even numbers divide into symmetrical halves. The Pythagoreans studied their patterns through devices like the sieve of Eratosthenes, which separated the indivisible, incomposite primes from the divisible, composite numbers, a technique proving the Greeks' astonishing grasp of numbers centuries before modern arithmetic. They classified even numbers as evenly even, evenly odd, and oddly odd, and noted their relationships to harmony and proportion. Some numbers were perfect, others deficient or superabundant, mirroring moral qualities. 6, 28, 496, and 8128 were the rare perfect numbers, their parts summing exactly to themselves. Such numbers, said the Pythagoreans, symbolize the virtues, equilibrium between the excess and defect, as courage stands between cowardice and rashness. Vice, like excess and deficiency, is limitless and disorderly. Virtue, like the perfect number, is rare, measured, and whole. Each of the first 10 numbers embodied a metaphysical principle. 1, the monad, mind, source, father, and seed, called God, cause, form, and center, symbol of unity, harmony, and divinity. 2, the duad, matter, polarity, opposition, and ignorance, yet also the mother of wisdom, for separation gives birth to understanding. Feminine, mutable, and audacious, it embodies the principle of duality, the reflection that creates illusion. 3, the triad, harmony and completion, the first true number. It signifies wisdom, justice, and the union of opposites, masculine and feminine joined in creation. The triangle symbolizes divinity giving birth from itself. 4, the tetrad, foundation and form, the root of nature and the symbol of the manifested world, the number of the soul's powers, mind, science, opinion, and sense. The sacred tetractys, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10, was the oath of the Pythagoreans and the key to the cosmos. 5, the pentad, union of odd and even, symbol of life, health, and the quintessence, or ether. The 5-pointed star was the sign of regeneration, the triumph of spirit, the monad over matter, the tetrad. 6, the hexad, creation, harmony, marriage, and the soul of the world. Formed by 2 interlaced triangles, male and female, it represents balance and fertility, the union of heaven and earth. 7, the heptad, sacred to life and religion, ruled by 7 planetary spirits. It governs cycles, law, and human destiny. The 7-fold constitution of man, 3 spiritual and 4 material, embodies its mystery. 8, the ogdode, the first cube, symbol of law, order, and regeneration. It returns unity through its subdivisions, 1, 2, 4, 8, representing balance and completion in matter. 9, the ennead, the square of the triad, symbol of humanity and limitation. As gestation lasts 9 months, it falls short of perfection by 1 and thus marks the threshold of completion. 10, the decad, the perfect number and the sum of all others, containing both odd and even, active and passive. It signifies totality and return to unity. The decad was heaven itself, the divine law of wholeness. Through these 10 archetypes, the Pythagoreans read the structure of existence. For them, number was not a human invention, but the language of God, the invisible pattern by which the soul, the world, and the heavens were fashioned. The human body in symbolism. The ancients regarded the human form as the most sacred of all symbols, a living temple of the divine pattern. To them, man was not merely a creature among creatures, but the embodiment of cosmic law itself, the miniature universe, the microcosm reflecting the infinite macrocosm. Every principle that operated in the heavens, every law that governed the elements was found mirrored in the human frame. The body was scripture, its proportions geometry, its pulse rhythm, its spirit the unseen logos, speaking through form. The mysteries of Greece, Egypt, Chaldea, and India all began from this recognition that by studying man one could come to know God. For if the infinite were truly reflected in all its works, then the highest and most complete reflection must be man himself, the thinking, feeling, breathing image of the universal order. The temples of initiation were therefore designed as human bodies. The aspirant entered through the feet, symbol of earth, and ascended through degrees corresponding to the vital centers until he reached the head, the seat of divine consciousness. The highest initiation took place not in the skull of the temple, but in the heart chamber within it, symbolizing that ultimate wisdom does not lie in thought alone, but in the divine flame that beats within. This vision of man as the living image of the universe that gave rise to the dual doctrine of the macroprosopos and the microprosopos, the great and little faces of God. The universe itself was the greater man animated by the cosmic spirits, while the individual human being was the lesser image animated by the same essence in miniature. To know oneself, therefore, was to know the gods, and to purify the self was to harmonize with the whole. The heart was regarded as the true throne of deity within man. Jacob Bohm later declared it to be the dwelling place of the Tetragrammaton, the fourfold name of God shining in living flame at the center of being. In the heart resided the silent book of divine revelation, written not in ink or sound, but in light and love. The ancients said, "Read the name of God within thee. Thou hast no holier scripture." The brain was the seat of the divine intermediary, the light of intelligence that unites spirit and matter. The generative organs, though lowest in physical position, were revered as the creative fire through which the powers of the higher worlds manifest in flesh. Thus, the triangle of spirit, mind, and body was mapped upon the centers of heart, brain, and generative principle, a trinity repeated in all planes. This trifold pattern existed in every temple, every myth, and every man. In the mysteries, the candidate first learned the law of matter and desire, the lower center, then the law of mind and balance, the middle center, and finally the law of the heart, the secret of divine love which reconciles both. Only when the heart, the invisible sun, illuminated the mind and purified the body could man stand upright as a completed being. The unawakened served the flesh, the thinkers serve the mind, but the initiates serves the heart, through which the divine life flows into all. Every organ of the human frame was a key. The right side symbolized the active solar masculine principle, the left the passive lunar feminine. The two together completed one whole, and the heart, the dark hidden center, was the sacred chamber where the opposites reconciled. To the uninitiated, darkness became synonymous with evil, but the wise knew it as the womb of light, the mystery of being before manifestation. From that primal obscurity arose the first word, as life arises in the darkness of the womb and as all creation emerges from the invisible into the visible. Thus the ancient priests taught that the gods themselves were reflected within man's members. His head was the heaven, his heart the sun, his generative organs the earth, The elements moved through him as breath, blood, and bone. The planets pulsed in his organs. The zodiac encircled him in 12 divisions of function and form. His very hands, with their 10 fingers, expressed the decade, the sacred number of completion. The 2 thumbs, each bearing 3 parts, symbolized the triad of divine powers. The fingers, with their 12 segments, reflected the signs of the zodiac, and when the hands were joined, they formed the 24 elders and the 6 creative days of Genesis. The ancients did not worship the image of man. They worshipped what the image meant. The effigy that once stood upon temple altars was never a god itself, but a cipher of the divine order expressed through form. When that meaning was forgotten, idolatry was born. The statue of the perfect man, once a key to cosmic proportion, became an idol of clay. What was meant to remind the initiate of his own divinity became the prison of his ignorance. In the higher mysteries, man was taught that only part of his spirit descends into matter. The greater portion, his true self, remains above, untouched by the illusions of birth and death. The fragment that incarnates is the spark that animates the mortal frame, while the greater light remains the silent overseer, the anthropos, or overman, the guardian soul. Through discipline, purification, and wisdom, the incarnate fragment can awaken and rejoin its higher nature without passing through death. This reunion was the supreme secret of initiation. Immortality attained consciously, not as a gift, but as a realization. Thus, the human body was never seen as corrupt or profane. It was the book of life written in flesh, the cipher of the cosmos and the ladder to eternity. To read it correctly was to read the mind of God. Every nerve, every motion, every pulse was a syllable in the living word, and the initiated knew that to desecrate the body was to blaspheme the divine image it contained. Through man, the universe contemplates itself. Through the human heart, the eternal speaks to the temporal. And through the awakening of consciousness within form, the boundless learns its own limit, that it may transcend it again. Such was the true temple teaching, that the proper study of mankind is man, for in him is the reflection, the reason, and the redemption of all worlds. The Hiramic Legend. When Solomon ascended the throne of his father David, he devoted his reign to building a temple for God and a palace for Israel's kings. Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his friendship, materials, and craftsmen, cedar from Lebanon, and the famed master builder Hiram Abif, a widow's son, grand master of the Dionysiac architects. This fraternity of builders carried forward the ancient secret sciences of geometry, proportion, and sacred construction. Under Hiram's direction, the temple was raised in silence, without hammer or axe. For all stones had been trued before arriving at Mount Moriah, a symbolic act representing the harmony of creation. The temple's Holy of Holies was a perfect cube lined in gold and jewels, an earthly reflection of heavenly perfection. Though small in size, the structure was immense in meaning, a microcosm of the universe erected by 183,600 laborers under Solomon's command. At its completion, legend says, Solomon presented to Hiram 20 cities. Yet their friendship endured despite disappointment. In later Masonic lore, Hiram's tale took on new depth, a cosmic allegory of sacrifice, resurrection, and the triumph of truth over ignorance. The legend tells that Hiram was slain by 3 fellow crafts, Jubilo, Jubilo, and Jubilum, who demanded the master's word. Refusing to betray the sacred mysteries, he was struck at the south, west, and east gates of the temple and fell dead beneath the blow of them all. His body was hidden on Mount Moriah beneath a sprig of acacia, the emblem of immortality, and later discovered by Solomon's men. Unable to raise the lifeless master by ordinary means, Solomon finally lifted him with the strong grip of a lion's paw. Thus was Hiram resurrected, a symbol of the eternal spirit rising from the tomb of matter. To the initiate, Hiram Abif is more than a man. He is the universal spirit, one in essence, three in aspect, the solar Logos slain and reborn, Osiris resurrected, the Christ raised in glory. His death mirrors the descent of divine fire into form, his resurrection, the awakening of that fire within man. The three assassins represent ignorance, superstition, and fear, the eternal destroyers of wisdom, while the grip of the lion signifies the victory of spiritual strength over the limitations of mortality. In the esoteric interpretation, the Hiramic mystery is also alchemical. The temple is man himself. Chiron, the spirit fire imprisoned within the body, his raising is the ascent of that fire through the spinal column's 33 segments, the same number of Masonic degrees, awakening the 7 centers of life until it reaches the pineal gland, the all-seeing eye of the ancients. When the serpent fire is thus lifted, the lost word, the consciousness of divine reality, is found again. The 3 gates at which Chiron was struck correspond to the centers of generation, emotion, and intellect. Their transmutation signifies mastery over the lower nature. The north gate, ever closed, symbolizes the physical body, which shines only by reflected light like the moon. Through the initiatory raising, the hidden sun within man ascends from darkness to illumination. The myth thus conceals the formula of regeneration, that the soul must die to ignorance to rise into wisdom. Astronomically, Chiron is the sun, slain by the 3 winter signs and raised at the vernal equinox by the Lion of Judah. Leo, the solar power. His annual death and resurrection mirror the cyclic journey of the light through darkness and back into spring. Philosophically, he is the principle of beauty sacrificed upon the altar of utility, the spirit of harmony slain by materialism, and the master builder buried in the work of his own hands. Yet even in death he endures, for every true temple, every act of noble creation, holds within it the seed of his resurrection. To the mystic Mason, Chiron is also the indwelling Christ, the divine nature in man slain by worldly powers and raised by the awakening of conscience and truth. The state, the church, and the mob, Caesar, Sanhedrin, and populace, are his murderers. Wisdom, courage, and love, his avengers. The lost word is the divine understanding buried within matter, the resurrection, the triumph of spiritual knowledge over ignorance and superstition. Throughout history, the myth has repeated itself. Osiris, Orpheus, Socrates, Christ, and countless others, each a form of Chiron, the crucified truth reborn through its own eternal law. The legend's endurance among Masons symbolizes humanity's continual quest to raise the fallen spirit within itself and rebuild the everlasting temple. The ideal civilization founded on wisdom and beauty rather than fear and power. When philosophy, science, and art are reconciled, when ignorance is transformed into wisdom, superstition into faith, and fear into love, when beauty once again becomes the guiding principle of human creation, then shall the master builder rise from his grave, and the lost word resound through the hearts of men. In that age to come, the temple will no longer be of stone, but of soul. Its pillars will be living minds, its altar the awakened heart, its light the knowledge of truth. There the gods will again walk with men, and the spirit of Chiron, the eternal builder of worlds, will once more preside over the lodge of life. The Pythagorean theory of music and color. Harmony, said the philosophers, is the foundation of beauty. A thing is beautiful only when its parts coexist in perfect proportion. Good, acting according to its own nature, is harmony manifest. The universe itself is a hierarchy of good, from the least degree in matter to the greatest in spirit. And beauty is the visible form of that harmony. What man calls evil is merely the lowest measure of good, discordant because it reflects the least harmony. Thus, deformity, whether moral or physical, is not an opposite of good, but a distortion of its order. Harmony, then, is the will of the eternal good expressing itself through form. The ancient priests taught that music was the audible image of this universal harmony. Hermes said the Egyptians invented the lyre by stretching strings across a tortoise shell, and through this instrument revealed how spirit plays upon matter to create order. Plato declared that Egyptian hymns were of divine origin, and that music and poetry preceded all human civilization. The lyre itself symbolized man, its body the flesh, its strings the nerves, and the musician the indwelling spirit. When the spirit plays purely upon its instrument, harmony reigns. When the strings are defiled, discord appears, disease of body and soul alike. It was Pythagoras who raised music to the dignity of a science, uniting it with mathematics and philosophy. From observing the tones produced by strings of differing tension, he discovered that musical intervals correspond to exact numerical ratios. The octave, 2-1, the fifth, 3-2, the fourth, 4-3, and so on. These ratios, symbolized in the sacred tetractys 1, 2, 3, 4, became the key to all harmonies of sound, form, and motion. Number, he taught, precedes harmony. It is the divine law that shapes all worlds. From this revelation came the doctrine of the music of the spheres, that the stars and planets moving in proportioned intervals through the heavens produce a cosmic symphony inaudible to the profane but heard by the purified soul. To the Pythagoreans, the universe was a monochord, its upper end fixed in pure spirit, its lower in dense matter. Each planet sounded its note according to its speed and distance. Saturn the deepest, the moon the highest, the space between them forming a perfect octave. The combined voices of the 9 spheres were said to be the song of the muses, a hymn to divine order. Pythagoras extended his discovery to every field. The elements themselves, earth, water, air, and fire, he showed to exist in harmonic ratios, each bearing a diatonic relationship to the others. In his diagrams, energy descended in one pyramid, matter ascended in another, the two meeting in perfect equilibrium at the sphere of the sun. Every level of existence vibrated to a tone in this cosmic chord. Recognizing the therapeutic power of harmony, Pythagoras used music as medicine. Certain modes could calm anger, dispel melancholy, or restore mental balance. A Phrygian tune could incite passion. A spondaic melody could soothe it. He prescribed morning songs to awaken the intellect and evening hymns to quiet the emotions. The Pythagoreans called this musical medicine, the purification of the soul through sound. The Greeks understood music as moral architecture. Plato warned that changing a musical mode could shake the foundations of the state. For rhythm and tone shape the character of a people. Both melodies belonged to men, gentle ones to women, and all music was to ennoble, not flatter, the senses. Music was not amusement, it was the science of harmony, the education of the soul. From harmony of sound, the ancients passed naturally to harmony of color, for both arise from vibration. Light, said the wise, is the visible counterpart of music, the same divine energy perceived through another sense. Its 7 colors correspond to the 7 tones of the scale, and both to the 7 planets. Red vibrates lowest like the note do, violet highest like T. The octave of light, though incomplete to human eyes, extends infinitely beyond visible perception, merging the unseen worlds as fine colors and tones. To the Egyptians, Persians, and Chaldeans, color was sacred language. Their temples were painted according to planetary hues: red for Mars, blue for Jupiter, gold for the sun. In India, fountains poured in 7 colors. In Babylon, the ziggurats rose in 7 painted tiers. Plato called color an effluence of form commensurate with sight, an emanation between perceiver and perceived. A truth echoed in the mystery schools, which taught that every light and tone issues from the one white source, dividing into 7 creative streams, the Elohim, or builders of the universe. In the Pythagorean system, these 7, 3 higher and 4 lower, form the spiritual and material halves of creation. Their synthesis is the octave, the return of multiplicity into unity. The 7 vowels of the Greeks, the 7 heavens of the planets, the 7 rays of the light, and the 7 notes of sound were all expressions of the same cosmic law. When these harmonize perfectly, they become the eternal hymn sung by all creation, the music of the spheres made manifest in color, tone, and form. Thus, harmony was not merely an art, but the secret of existence. Beauty is harmony perceived by the soul. Music is harmony heard. Color is harmony seen. And through them, the wise discern the order of the cosmos and the law by which the good sustains all things in perfect proportion. Fishes, insects, animals, reptiles, and birds. All creatures of earth, sea, and air were venerated in antiquity as living symbols of divine power. The ancients saw in every living form an aspect of the eternal mind manifest through nature. Animals, birds, fishes, and insects became emblems of spiritual forces, visible forms expressing invisible truths. To study creation was to study the Creator. Hence, priests and sages whose creatures, whose habits or form reflected cosmic laws and divine principles. The fish, as life's earliest and most prolific form, symbolized generation and rebirth. Sacred to Venus and Isis, it embodied fertility and immortality. Early Christians adopted it as a secret emblem of Christ, the spiritual fisher of men, and the Greek word ichthus, fish, became the first Christian monogram. The dolphin, savior of sailors, represented the soul carried to divine safety, a symbol that survived in the title Dauphin of France. The myth of Jonah and the whale was an allegory of initiation, the descent of the soul into ignorance and its resurrection into light. In the mysteries, priests wore masks of hybrid beasts to represent cosmic powers. The centaur, sphinx, and manticora all embodied the duality of man, spirit, and flesh united. Such forms were not believed real, but were symbols of psychic and elemental forces. Egyptian and Chaldean records even spoke of ancient races, amphibious or composite, whose destruction by the gods signified the passing of chaotic forces before the dawn of human order. Among insects, the scarab of Egypt held the highest honor. Rolling its ball across the earth, it became the emblem of the solar god Khepera, who rolled the sun through the heavens. It symbolized resurrection as the beetle emerged from its ball as new life. Heart scarabs were placed upon the mummified dead as talismans of rebirth. The scorpion, feared and revered, represented the dual power of wisdom and destruction. Its sting symbolized the spiritual fire latent in man, capable of illumination or ruin. The butterfly, from creeping worm to winged beauty, was the perfect emblem of the soul's metamorphosis, the initiate emerging from ignorance to immortality. The bee represented industry, wisdom, and divine order. Sacred to Venus, it symbolized the creative life principle. Hence, the beehive remains a Masonic emblem of unity and labor. The spider, spinner of worlds, was both a divine and demonic symbol, creator of webs linking heaven and earth, or weaver of illusion in the darker arts. Serpent symbolism pervaded the ancient world. The snake was wisdom, eternity, and the life force itself. Coiling around the staff of Hermes, it became the physician's symbol. Raised on the cross by Moses, it prefigured the Savior. Its power to shed its skin made it a sign of resurrection. Its form, circular and self-devouring, signified the eternal cycle of creation. The serpent was the first teacher of self-knowledge, the initiator into divine understanding. Hence Christ's words, "Be ye wise as serpents," restore to the symbol its true meaning, illumination, not evil. Birds symbolize divine aspiration and the soul's power to transcend matter. The eagle was the messenger of Jupiter, emblem of courage and the solar law. The hawk was sacred to Horus, the sun's divine sight. The ibis of Thoth represented wisdom and the human heart. The dove, sacred to Venus and the Holy Spirit alike, signified the descending power of divine love. The peacock, with its uncorruptible flesh and jeweled feathers, denoted immortality and wisdom. The phoenix, most sacred of all, embodied resurrection. Living 5 centuries, it built its nest of fire and rose renewed from its own ashes, an emblem of the immortal soul reborn through initiation. The Great Seal of the United States bears the hidden mark of this mystery. The so-called eagle is in truth the phoenix, the symbol of a new nation rising from the old world's ashes. The pyramid and eye beside it declare the unseen hand of the mysteries guiding its creation, the unfinished work of human enlightenment. Among animals, the lion represented solar power, courage, and vigilance. The bull, divine strength and fertility, the sacred vehicle of Osiris. The ram succeeded the bull when the sun entered Aries and became the symbol of Christ, the Lamb of God. The goat, sure-footed and bold, signified both aspiration and the scapegoat upon whom the sins of the world are cast. The deer denoted grace, the wolf, destructive instinct, the cat, the magnetic and eternal force of nature, and the monkey, man's untamed lower nature. Each creature, sacred or profane, mirrored a facet of man's own composite being. In their worship, the ancients acknowledged the divine in all life, for to them nothing in creation was without meaning, and even the humblest beast was a letter in the alphabet of God. Flowers, plants, fruits, and trees. The yoni and phallus are universal emblems of divine creativity. Eden's gate, ark, veil, vesica, and grail are yonic. Pyramid, obelisk, spire, candle, maypole, and spear are phallic. To sneer at such figures is to mistake purity for prudery. The mysteries, which upheld a severe ethic, honored the natural trinity, father, mother, and child, as the cosmic household, spirit, matter, and their living issue. Hence the Madonna and child are not indecency but doctrine. Modern piety, shaming the temple of the body while worshipping within it, forgets that even the cross is a priapic sign, and that Christian sanctuaries still glow with veiled survivals of pagan generative symbols. Flowers speak this secret tongue, chosen for myth, form, virtue, or affinity to the sun. They teach regeneration through purity. Chief are the lotus of the east and the Rosicrucian rose, twin yonic seals of the maternal mystery. While the Easter lily is phallic, the lotus also maps the 7 chakras, 4, 6, 10, 12, 16, 2, and the 1,000-petaled crown, signs of the spinal rod that buds when wisdom wakes. The Rosicrucian garland mirrors the 7 lamps and churches. Trees, too, are scriptures. The world tree rises from a single seed. Kabbalah inverts it, rooting heavenward. Yggdrasil's 9 worlds, the Sephirothic tricolumn, and the cosmic egg declare one cause, branching into numberless effects. The serpent in its boughs is mind, cosmic in nature, intellectual in man, urging the ascent from seed to fruit. Thus sages were called oaks and cedars, for the true pillars of God's house are enlightened intellects. The twin biblic trees veil the grand arcanum, equilibrium. The central column is life, immortality. The lateral columns, knowledge of good and evil, polarity and death. In time, the wanderer will taste life's fruit and be whole. Of the 5 chief trees, oak figures the Father, pine the martyred Savior, ash the axis in divine humanity, cypress the mother, and the palm the generative rod. The pine cone crowns the thyrsus. Acacia, sensitive, evergreen, enduring, signifies innocence, resurrection, and the mysteries, and marks the grave of the slain god as it does that of Chiron. Fruits and herbs preserve the canon. Pomegranate, fecundity and a forbidden secret. Grape and wine, the false light that maddens, yet by solar fire the ecstasy of the vine. Mandrake, the animal plant of magic and virility. Onion, the concentric cosmos. Garlic, apotropaic to obsessions. And the shamrock, the triune with a 4th leaf for redeemed man. Wreaths crown initiates and deities alike, evergreens sealing the generative power, and the alchemist's metal tree with 7 boughs from one trunk of solar life. repeats the same everlasting lesson. All multiplicity flowers from a single living root. Stones, metals, and gems. The four elements mirror man's structure. Earth his flesh and bone, water his fluids, air his breath, and fire his vital heat. The skeleton, emblem of Saturn, marks spirit as the eternal foundation of form, for the ancients called souls the powdered bones of Kronos. Saturn, lord of beginnings, was worshipped as the stone base upholding creation, his myth recalling lost continents, Hyperborea, Atlantis, whose bones lie beneath modern lands. From stones, said the Greeks, a new race arose when Deucalion and Pyrrha cast behind them the bones of their Mother Earth, an allegory of evolution, spirit raising matter through mineral, plant, and beast toward man and the gods. The earliest religion was litholatry, worship of unwrought stone, the first image of generative power. Across Europe, from Karnak's menhirs to Stonehenge, stand the silent testaments of that worship. Rocking stones balanced by ancient skill were living stones, emblems of eternal stability. Later, the crude blocks became columns, obelisks, and idols, prototypes of every temple, pillar, and altar. Christianity itself preserved the old symbolism, the rock of refuge, the cornerstone, the pillow of Jacob, the rock of ages. Stone, man's first weapon, wall, and hearth, was also his first god. From it he struck fire, the son born of the dark father, and fire superseded stone as the next sacred mystery. The cube and altar represent Earth's fourfold nature, the stable base of all structure, while the flame upon them is the indwelling spirit. So the mysteries, foundations of knowledge, were symbolized as cubical stones, immutable wisdom and self-achieved divinity. Hermes, the personified intellect, was shown as a pillar crowned with his head. Terminus, god of boundaries, likewise as an upright stone. Origins of modern terminals. The philosopher's stone is the same wisdom that transmutes ignorance into light. Moses' sapphire tables of the law, divine fire inscribed on heavenly stone, were the 10 luminous principles of cosmic order, reflections of God's will in matter. Their breaking signified mankind's fall from eternal to temporal truth, from spirit to letter. The ark, like pagan arks, carried the pot of manna, the rod that budded, and the tablets, the triad of the spirit, soul, and body. The 2 tables stood for the dual pillars of the temple, Yakin and Boaz, light and darkness, mercy and severity, masculine and feminine, the gate between worlds and the balance of creation. The high priest standing between them embodied equilibrium itself. The divine man poised between intellect and flesh, crucified upon the cross formed by their union. The Holy Grail, cut from Lucifer's fallen emerald, became the vessel of Christ's blood, the cup of immortality and symbol of the eternal feminine, the body of nature holding the essence of spirit. To seek the Grail is to seek the true self. Only the pure in heart may perceive it, for it represents regeneration, the spiritualization of desire. Stones and images, ensouled by rite and symbol, echoed the divine. Sacred rocks at Delphi, Mecca, and Westminster bore oaths and oracles. The black stones of the sun cults, later darkened by sin, preserved the same solar sanctity. From the heavens, metals and gems condensed as crystallized rays of the planets. Each metal was the bone of a god. Lead of Saturn, copper of Venus, mercury of Hermes, gold of the sun, silver of the moon. Their virtues were studied in theurgy and medicine alike, and gems were worn to harmonize the soul with celestial powers. Rings, circles without end, symbolized perfection and the union of spirit and nature, the alchemical marriage. Thus the ancient art taught that all things, stones, stars, metals, and men, are one body, differing only in degree of awakening. That wisdom is the hidden fire within the rock of matter, and that to know it is to recover the lost word, the Holy Grail, and the stone of the wise. Ceremonial magic and sorcery. Ceremonial magic is the science of invoking and directing unseen forces through sacred formula, symbols, and words of power. Its adepts, clad in consecrated robes, wands in hand, sought to command the elemental and astral intelligences that dwell behind nature's veil. Though in itself a neutral art, its corruption gave rise to the sorceries of black magic. In ancient Egypt, where the Atlantean magicians had settled, the priesthood perverted the original mysteries, replacing spiritual enlightenment with tyranny. A scarlet council of sorcerers ruled both temple and throne, destroying the true keys of wisdom and enslaving the people through superstition. Rituals once designed to awaken the soul became tools of bondage. Images that had served as symbols were worshipped as gods. Ignorance replaced initiation. From that corruption arose the priestcraft that still blinds humanity. In medieval Europe, Kabbalists and magicians, believing themselves heirs to Solomon's power, revived ceremonial magic. Some, pure of purpose, sought divine knowledge. Others descended into demonism, seeking command over spirits for personal gain. They replaced virtue with artifice, circles, mirrors, knives, and charms, in pursuit of power over the elements. Yet, as in all ages, those who attempted to control spirits without mastering themselves fell prey to the forces they summoned. Elementals, deceitful and imitative, often masqueraded as the dead. Even Socrates' daemon, though benign, abandoned him at death, showing that no external spirit is a true guide. The magician's art rests on several principles: that the visible world has invisible counterparts, that both good and evil spirits exist, that man may contact them through precise ritual, and that contracts can bind them to service. The black magician bargains with infernal powers for temporal gains, forfeiting his soul in the end. To prolong life and delay payment, he resorts to crime, vampirism, and occult theft of vital force. For this reason, selfishness, the desire to bend the divine will to personal ends, is the essence of black magic, and it persists today disguised as the cult of power, manipulation, and will. The astral light, the universal fluid called the great magical agent, is the medium of all operations. Eliphas Levi's Baphomet, the goat of Mendes, symbolizes this dual power, the balance of light and shadow, male and female, creation and destruction. The adept of white magic governs it through purity. The black magician is enslaved by its lower currents. The legends of Faust embody this danger. Summoning spirits for knowledge and pleasure, Faust made a pact with Astaroth, who sent him familiar demons swift as thought. Though they obeyed his commands, he ultimately perished by their hand, a symbol of man destroyed by the forces he misused. Medieval manuals, such as the Complete Book of Magic Science, describe these rites: triple circles drawn with virgin parchment and silk threads, crosses of laurel and palm, invocations of Zadkiel or Rabiel in the name of the Trinity. The magician, protected within his circle, prayed for divine aid and commanded the spirit to appear. Yet each ritual warned that if faith or purity wavered, disaster followed. In black magic, the pact is reversed. The demon dictates, the magician signs with his own blood, binding his soul through the occult law that he who controls the blood controls the spirit. Terms vary, years of service in exchange for offerings or lives, but the end is always the same: servitude to the demon he once ruled. The pentagram, emblem of man and mastery, is the key symbol of magic. Upright, it is the star of light, the human soul rising above matter. Inverted, it becomes the goat's head, the fallen star, symbol of perversion and black art. All inverted symbols proclaim the same truth: that evil is not an independent force, but the misuse of divine power. Thus, ceremonial magic in its pure form sought the cooperation of celestial intelligences for the enlightenment of man. But corruption by ambition and fear, it became the dark art of domination. The pentagram upright reveals the redeemed soul, inverted the soul enslaved by its own desire. The same symbol marks both ascent and fall, for man himself is the magician, capable of summoning heaven or hell by the working of his will. The elements and their inhabitants. Paracelsus, the great alchemist and philosopher, taught that the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, each possess both a visible and invisible aspect, a gross body and a subtle essence. From these ethereal principles arise the spiritual counterparts of nature, inhabited by intelligent beings called elementals or nature spirits. These are not imaginary creations, but living entities existing in the unseen strata of the world. As animals, plants, and men live in physical matter, so do elementals live in the spiritual essences of the elements. Paracelsus classified them into four orders: gnomes of the earth, undines of water, salamanders of fire, and sylphs of air. They are half-spiritual beings composed of a finer ether than man, and though resembling him in form, they are without the immortal spirit that links humanity to the divine. When they die, they dissolve back into their element, their individuality lost. They live for centuries, impervious to ordinary decay, yet lacking the promise of immortality. Ancient civilizations acknowledge these beings openly. The Greeks called them daemons and worshipped them as intermediaries between gods and men. Socrates' guiding spirit may have been of this kind, though perhaps it was his own higher self. Pagan belief peopled every aspect of nature. The seas with nymphs and mermaids, the woods with fauns and dryads, the mountains with spirits of air and flame. To the ancients, they were not fantasies, but the visible emanations of divine intelligence operating through the elements. Gnomes inhabit the interior ether of the earth, governing rocks, metals, and plant life. They are the guardians of treasures and subterranean realms, small and grotesque, yet powerful, sometimes mischievous, sometimes benevolent. Tree and forest spirits, such as elves, satyrs, and brownies, belong to this order. Every plant and stone is said to have its own elemental guardian whose form reflects the nature it tends. Beautiful for fragrant flowers, ghastly for poisonous herbs. The gnomes labor faithfully for the wise, but they avenge deceit and selfishness. For no force of nature serves man's greed without retribution. Their king, Gob, rules from the north, the quarters of darkness and depth. Undines are the spirits of water, graceful, luminous, and feminine. They dwell in lakes, rivers, fountains, and seas, governing the fluid principle in all living things. Legends of mermaids and nymphs preserve their memory. They are emotional and devoted, friendly to humankind, but bound forever to their native element. Their queen, Nexa, rules the western quarter, and their task is to sustain beauty and fertility in nature. Salamanders, the spirits of fire, are radiant and terrible, living in the invisible fire ether that animates all heat and flame. Without them, no spark can be kindled. Sometimes seen as tongues of light or fiery globes, they embody the purifying and destructive power of fire. Their ruler, Jinn, commands legions of blazing forms, flaming giants and glowing serpents. They are the strongest of the elemental races, associated with the south and with the passionate and tempestuous forces in man and nature. Sylphs, the air spirits, are the highest and most subtle of the elementals. Invisible as breath, they live among the clouds and on mountain tops, moving with the winds and inspiring the minds of poets and dreamers. They are the muses of antiquity, the fairies of folklore, and the unseen powers that shape snowflakes and guide the breezes. Their sovereign, Peralda, reigns in the east. They are long-lived, mirthful, and capricious, light as thought and as changeable. The ancients taught that conflicts between the elements, thunder, lightning, tempest, and storm, were battles among these elemental nations, each ruled by its astrological sign. Gnomes of Taurus, undines of Scorpio, salamanders of Leo, and sylphs of Aquarius. The Church, misunderstanding their nature, condemned all to the rank of demons, obscuring the truth that they are neither good nor evil, but powers of nature itself, pure, impartial, and responsive to the will that commands them. Incubi and succubi, however, are not true elementals but astral parasites. thought creatures born from human vice and imagination, feeding upon lust, fear, and degradation. Vampires, too, are of a lower order, the lingering astral bodies of the dead who, unable to release themselves, drain vitality from the living. Such beings exist only where man's moral weakness invites them. Some philosophers held that immortality could be granted to an elemental through union with a human being, an idea expressed allegorically in the myth of divine or semi-divine births. Hercules, Achilles, and Plato were said to be such offspring, the children of mortal and elemental parents. To Paracelsus, the elementals were the living nerves of nature, the hidden builders of form and guardians of the world's secret life. Through understanding and reverence, man might one day become their master and ally. Through ignorance and fear, their victim. Hermetic pharmacology, chemistry, and therapeutics. Healing began as a sacred art guarded by priestly orders, who alone held the keys to law, science, and faith. In ancient temples, philosophy, religion, and medicine were once science of divine harmony. Wisdom itself was incomplete unless all three were united. The priests, as servants of the gods, studied nature's hidden laws and applied them to the healing of the sick and the guidance of souls. Only through initiation, tests of body and spirit, could one enter their ranks and learn the secret science of life. Hermes Trismegistus, not Hippocrates, was regarded by the ancients as the true father of medicine. His emerald tablet concealed a sacred chemical formula, the foundation of both alchemy and healing. When Hippocrates separated medicine from philosophy, he fractured that unity. The result was the materialization of modern science, which treats symptoms but ignores causes. The ancients knew all life is interwoven, disease of the body is born of disharmony in spirit. Paracelsus, the Swiss Hermes, revived this wisdom. A wanderer who sought truth in every land and among every class, he challenged the superstition and arrogance of physicians who bled and poisoned their patients for profit. He taught that the true healer must serve nature, not fight her, and that most disease begins in the unseen realms of thought and energy. The physician's task is to restore harmony between man's visible and invisible parts. At the core of his philosophy was the archeus, the vital force or astral light that animates all things. Every creature and mineral possesses an etheric double, a subtle body that channels this energy. Disturbances in that etheric body precede physical illness. Thus, to heal, one must first correct its unbalance. The medium of this life force is the mummia, any substance, organic or etheric, capable of carrying the archeus, from a herb to a charm. The ancients used herbs, minerals, and even talismans to absorb diseased energy from a patient and restore the flow of life through sympathetic exchange. Paracelsus described 7 causes of disease: evil spirits, disharmony between soul and body, destructive emotions, karmic retribution, the influence of the stars, misuse of bodily function, and impurities or obstructions in the system. Accordingly, 7 methods of healing were used: exorcism of harmful forces, sound and vibration, talismans and color, herbs and simples, prayer and faith, regulation of diet and conduct, and practical treatments such as purging or bleeding used sparingly. To the Hermetist, all true cures must begin in the invisible nature of man, for the body is only the echo of his inner state. Herbalism, astrology, and alchemy were once one science. Every plant was ruled by a planet and spoke its language through form and color. The adept diagnosed disease by the stars and prescribed herbs under the opposite planetary influence to restore balance. Nicholas Culpeper, inheritor of this Hermetic tradition, wrote that each herb cures by sympathy or by contrariety, the way of nature's equilibrium. The ancients also mastered the use of sacred drugs and perfumes to awake clairvoyance and prophecy. In the mysteries of Egypt and Greece, the candidates partook of potions prepared under astrological conditions. These opened the inner sight, allowing them to behold divine realities. But when the mysteries decayed, these same secrets were perverted into orgies and sorcery. All these practices rested on one principle: vibration. The priests of Egypt and India healed by sound, using chants and sacred words to attune the subtle centers of the body. Every word, they taught, creates a force in the invisible world. The lost word of Masonry, the creative syllable Om, and the divine tone by which the universe was formed, all point to the same mystery: that sound, rightly used, commands creation. Modern science, in rediscovering magnetism, color, and vibration therapy, only rediscovers fragments of what the ancients already knew. Disease is disharmony. Health is the music of a soul in tune with its divine law. To the Hermetic healer, magic, medicine, and religion were one sacred art: the restoration of man to harmony with God, nature, and himself. The Kabbalah, the secret doctrine of Israel. Kabbalism, said Albert Pike, is the grand key to Masonic esotericism, a system of divine logic where letters, numbers, and sounds are sacred symbols of creation itself. 10 ciphers and 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle form the complete metaphysical alphabet of the universe. It is the word reflected in written form, the code through which God created all worlds. Hebrew theology was structured in 3 layers: the law for all, the soul of the law for the rabbins, and the soul of the law, the Kabbalah, for initiates. It was believed that Moses received this threefold revelation on Mount Sinai: the written law, its spiritual meaning, and the hidden mystery of creation itself. These inner teachings were concealed in the Pentateuch, awaiting discovery by those able to read beneath the letter. Thus, Kabbalah means the hidden tradition, the key to both the cosmos and the human soul. Jewish mystics taught that this wisdom descended from heaven through angels who taught Adam and the patriarchs so mankind might regain its divine estate. Moses learned in all the wisdom of Egypt, perfected it in the wilderness, and transmitted it to the chosen elders. David and Solomon, inheriting the line, became masters of its secrets. The 3 great books of Kabbalism are the Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Formation, the Zohar, Book of Splendor, and the Apocalypse of St. John. Though their true authorship is veiled, they form the trinity of Western mysticism, defying the architecture of existence through letters, numbers, and emanations. The Sefer Yetzirah begins with God engraving the universe through 32 paths of wisdom, 10 emanations called Sephirot, and 22 sacred letters. From nothingness he formed air, water, and fire, the 3 mothers of creation, then sealed the 6 directions of space within the great name, IHVH, Yahweh. These 10 spheres of light and the letters of the alphabet constitute the living body of the Word from which all realities emerge. Through these letters, divine vibration becomes form. The 22 archetypal sounds produce all languages, all creatures, all worlds. The 3 mothers balance the elements, the 7 double letters manifest the planets and the days, the 12 simple letters correspond to the zodiac and the organs of man. Thus, as above, so below, the universe, the year, and the human body mirror one another in sacred proportion. The 7 doubles symbolize opposites: wisdom and folly, life and death, peace and war, revealing that creation is equilibrium between extremes. The 12 simples express the passions and faculties of man: speech, thought, motion, sight, hearing, and so forth, each ruled by a zodiacal sign. Together they weave the cosmic body of God, the living alphabet of creation. The Sefer Yetzirah ends with the covenant of Abraham, who mastered the mystery of the 22 letters and bound them upon his tongue, the spiritual circumcision of speech. Through them, God fashioned the stars and the soul of man. To the Kabbalist, the scriptures are not history but divine anatomy. Their kings and prophets are powers within man himself. The Zohar and the Yetzirah teach that by meditation upon these archetypes, man may ascend through the spheres and rediscover his identity with the Creator. From these principles arose Hermeticism, alchemy, Rosicrucianism, and Masonry, all heirs of the same doctrine: that the universe is the written word of God, and that within man lies the key to read it. The Kabbalah stands as the bridge between reason and revelation, science and faith, a system where letters are light, thought is creation, and the infinite is expressed in the simple geometry of number and sound. Fundamentals of Kabbalistic cosmogony. The Kabbalists describe the supreme deity as Ein Sof, the boundless, undefinable essence of all being. It is not a god among others, nor even a personality, but the infinite, unconditioned state from which all existences arise. To approach Ein Sof, one must remove every attribute, every form, every conception, until nothing remains but pure, incomprehensible being. It is the black soil from which universes grow, the eternal root of gods, men, and worlds that bloom and die within it, yet are not it. The rabbis symbolized Ein Sof by a circle representing eternity and perfection, and by a closed eye, signifying the mystery beyond human sight. From this limitless essence, the first motion of creation began, a withdrawal of divine life from the circumference toward the center, forming a single radiant point, the first concentration of the infinite within itself. This point, called Kether or crown, became the primal manifestation of God, the I Am. The space left behind was the abyss, or great privation, the field of potential existence. From this first limitation arose a triune nature within the absolute: Ein, the pure void; Ein Sof, the boundless; and Ein Sofor, the limitless light. These are the first veils of the unmanifest. Out of them issued 10 luminous emanations, the Sephirot, forming the archetypal tree of life. Together they are the first reflections of the divine glory as light mirrored upon the surface of still water. The 10 Sephirot unfold through 4 great worlds of planes: Atziluth, the divine world of pure emanations; Braya, the archangelic world of creation; Yetzirah, the angelic world of formation; and Azaya, the elemental world of matter. Each world contains a reflection of the 10 Sephirot within it, descending in brilliance and perfection as they move farther from their source. Thus, spirit becomes substance through progressive condensation of light. In the first world, Atziluth, the 10 powers are the pure names of God: Ahia, Jehovah, Elohim, El, Elohim Gibor, Eloah Vadath, Jehovah Zaboath, Elohim Zaboath, Shaddai El Chai, and Adonai Melech. In Braya, these become 10 archangelic intelligences: Metatron, Raziel, Zaphkiel, Zadkiel, Samael, Michael, Haniel, Raphael, Gabriel, and Sandalphon. In Yetzirah, they appear as the angelic hierarchies: cherubim, thrones, dominations, powers, virtues, principalities, archangels, and angels. Finally, in Asaya, they manifest as the spheres of the physical cosmos: primum mobile, the zodiac, and the planetary heavens down to the 4 elements. Each level mirrors the one above, yet with decreasing radiance, until the divine fire becomes the dense matter of the physical world. The same pattern is reflected in man, the microcosm. Around his body shines the auric egg, the human counterpart of the Ein Sof sphere. Within it lies his consciousness, concentrated into the central point called the ego, just as God's consciousness is centered in Kether. Man's births and deaths occur within the auric field, which endures through every incarnation until the final liberation from the wheel of necessity. In the lowest world, the divine reflections are inverted and become the 10 orders of demons: the Qliphoth, dark shells that distort the celestial light. For every good power there exists its shadow: Satan for Metatron, Astaroth for Zadkiel, Lilith for Gabriel, and so forth. These are not independent beings of evil, but the broken images of spirit refracted through matter. The whole system reveals man's position within the universal structure. His body belongs to the world of Asaya, his emotions and thoughts to Yetzirah, his soul to Braya, his divine spark to Atzdaluth. To ascend is to awaken these levels in consciousness and climb the tree of life back to Ein Sof. This ascent was called the 50 Gates of Light. Moses said the rabbis passed through 49, only the Christ passed the 50th, merging again with the unmanifest. Through these 50 gates, ranging from chaos and elemental life up through minerals, plants, animals, man, and angels, the soul evolves until it reaches the archetype, the gate of God, the boundless unity beyond form and number. To pass through it is to return to the source, the circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere, the eternal, silent brilliance of Ein Sof. The Tree of the Sephirot. The Tree of the Sephirot stands as the supreme symbol of divine architecture, the diagram through which all mysteries of God, the cosmos, and man may be apprehended. It is the living map of emanation, where spirit descends into form and form returns to spirit, the ladder of creation rising through the four worlds from dense matter back into the ineffable light of Ein Sof. The 10 Sephirot are the vessels of divine expression, 10 mirrors reflecting the infinite through graduated degrees of manifestation. They are not gods, nor parts of gods, but limitations by which the limitless becomes conceivable. The Kabbalist, meditating upon this tree, studies the process of divine condensation, how the Absolute, by self-withdrawal and reflection, establishes the field of existence. Arranged upon 3 pillars, mercy, severity, and mildness, the Sephirot demonstrate equilibrium and action. The pillar of mercy, right hand, masculine, active, emanates. The pillar of severity, left hand, feminine, receptive, constrains. Between them, the pillar of mildness holds the balance, harmonizing the dual powers as beauty. Thus, all creation depends upon this triune equilibrium, for without balance the worlds would collapse back into chaos. Kether, the crown, is the primal radiance, the first condensation of Ein Sof's limitless light. From Kether issues Chokmah, divine wisdom, the archetypal masculine potency, and from Chokmah flows Bina, understanding, the Great Mother. These 3 form the first trinity, the supernal triad, the intellectual world of divine ideation. Beneath them unfolds the second triad, mercy, severity, and beauty, constituting the world of spiritual perception and moral law. Below that, the third triad, victory, glory, and foundation, forms the world of natural forces and vital energies. The 10th, Malkut, the kingdom, is their synthesis and expression, the visible world of form, matter, and humanity, the bride and receptacle of all the powers above her. The Sephirot, therefore, are not merely 10 stations, but 10 aspects of one continuous process, the self-unfolding of the divine into the planes of being. Kether conceives, Chokmah emanates, Bina crystallizes. From their union arises Tifereth, the heart of the tree, wherein the divine image is perfectly mirrored as the sun, the solar mediator between heaven and earth. Yesod, the foundation, collects and transmits the forces of the upper spheres into Malkut, completing the descent of spirit into matter. Through these 10 stages, the creative lightning flash descends, the path of emanation from unity into multiplicity. Through the same path reversed, the initiate ascends, retracing the divine current back to its source. The tree is therefore both map and method, cosmology and initiation alike. In this structure, the name of God itself becomes anatomy. The tetragrammaton, Yahweh, symbolizes the whole order of creation. Yod is the father, the seed of wisdom and flame of divine will. He, the mother, the womb of understanding. Val, the son, the mediator, harmony and beauty. And the final He, the daughter, the kingdom, where divinity is clothed in flesh. Thus, when the letter Shin, the holy fire, is placed in their midst, the name becomes Yahushua, Yeshua, or Jesus, The perfected man, spirit fully incarnate in matter, yet returning consciously to its divine origin. The Sephirotic tree, then, is the anatomy of both God and man. For as the universe is the body of the macrocosm, so man is the reflection of that body in miniature, the microcosm. The 10 centers of the tree correspond to the organs and powers within him, and his spiritual evolution consists in awakening each sphere in proper order, harmonizing them through the middle pillar until the light of Kether once more crowns his being. The purpose of the Kabbalah is this ascent, to teach the soul how to pass from the kingdom of earth through the foundations of the self, through beauty and moral law, through wisdom and understanding, and finally into the crown of unity, where all opposites are resolved and the soul is reabsorbed into the limitless light of Ein Sof. The Kabbalistic keys to the creation of man. Henry Stephen records a credulous monk boasting of relics. The rib of the Word says of the Bethlehem star, a seraph's snout, a cherub's nail, Moses' horns, and a vial of Christ's breath. Proof that when symbols are mistaken for substances, higher doctrine is lost. Such confusions still bar a true reading of Scripture. The Pentateuch preserves not only a cosmogony, but the Egyptian mystery of the God-man's genesis and rebirth. The spurious 6th and 7th books of Moses are medieval frauds. The real sod is glimpsed through gematria, notoricon, and tumura, number, acrostic, and transposition, keys by which priests veiled doctrine and forbade tampering with the text. Even so, transmission suffered, letters changed, hands interpolated, sense obscured. Ezekiel's Merkavah, the wheeled throne ringed with living creatures, signifies the ordered heavens and the law. The cherubic sword is the solar motion. The Bible is thus books within books. Israel's secret scrolls never fell to Christendom, which reads Elohim as a solitary god, and so loses the plural androgynous makers who say, "Let us make man, male, female, and bid them replenish," a world already peopled in cycles. Scholarly devices to soften Elohim's plurality confess the older polytheistic undertone. Adam, to the philosophers, is the idea of man, mind naming all but itself. The Pythagorean monad exiled when it becomes two. Israel's doctrine speaks of 4 atoms in 4 worlds. The first, archetypal, the second, androgynous in Braya, the third, luminous in Yetzirah. The fourth, fallen into skins in Isaiah. Now bifurcated into male and female shells. His very name spans the quarters of the world. His stature, cosmic. The Zohar posits a higher atom, creating the lower in his image. Two-faced, looking to cause and to cosmos. Spirit is whole. Eve is the temporal part drawn out, the emotion that lures mind into trance. The true Adam remains in paradise while his shadow wanders in flesh. Traditions place Eden not on earth but in the angelic realm. Legends set Adam's footprint in Ceylon and his burial at Jerusalem. ADM denotes a race, as macrocosm, the great androgyne, as microcosm, the demiurgus' masterpiece lacking immortality, until Nous descends to awaken it. Hence the phallic emblems and the mystery that Adam, David, and Messiah share one soul. Descent, struggle, redemption. The Elohim, beholding their shadows, shape the lower world after them. So Adam, by spiritual generation, projects living images, Eve being the collective shadow of the pattern. 2 readings of the divided sexes endure. Either sundered souls seek reunion, the popular soulmate dream, or one pole lies latent until the mysteries restore inner equilibrium, exalting woman as equal. Then marriage is means, not end, a companionship awakening each to wholeness. Celibacy, reserved for initiates, becomes cruelty when imposed upon the unready. Reason vindicates Eve as the allegory of passion diverting man from wisdom. In the drama, Egyptian in color, Adam is the exiled seeker at Eden's ring pass not, told he is dust. He answers that though formed of earth and denied immortality by the builder of forms, The eternal has entered creation. The cross is the sign. Life inerred in the dust before the worlds. The voice replies, "He who is aware is." The scene opens. A jewel-laden tree, a winged fiery serpent crowned with stars. The serpent confesses itself the adversary who tempts and accuses. Adam renounces the illusions of desire and false law. The serpent becomes an angel of blazing gold and scarlet and declares, "I, opposing thee, have saved thee, turned thee from worldliness, weaned thee of desire, awakened immortality. Follow, I am the way, the life, the truth." An analysis of tarot cards. Playing cards conceal an ancient mystery. Their true origin, whether Indian, Arabic, or Egyptian, remains veiled. Yet evidence suggests that the tarot, ancestor of the modern deck, was a sacred book of wisdom, transmitted through the Knights Templar, the Saracens, and the Gypsies. The Templars, to escape persecution, disguised its pages as a gambling amusement, while the wandering gypsies preserved its divinatory use, claiming descent from the priests of Serapis who fled Alexandria with the Book of Thoth. Court de Gabelin derived tarot from Egyptian tar, road, and ro, royal, the royal road to wisdom. Though French mystics such as P. Christian and Chouret described the cards as great tablets lining an Egyptian temple, no authentic evidence confirms this. Within Rosicrucian and Baconian symbolism, the tarot appears as the rota mundi, the wheel of the world, its letters forming Taro, T-A-R-O, the Book of Thoth. Bacon's cryptograms often hide the numbers of the deck, 25, 56, 78. Masonic, alchemical, and Kabbalistic emblems abound. The cards encode the same numerical and philosophical laws found in sacred geometry in the human body itself. Each card is a complete hieroglyph, a letter in the alphabet of universal principles. Properly understood, the tarot reveals the structure of nature, mind, and soul. As Levi wrote, one who possessed only this book could acquire universal knowledge. Authorities have never agreed upon the order or meaning of the cards. De Gabelin, Atiela, Levi, Waite, and Case each restructured the trumps in their Hebrew correspondences. The central riddle is the unnumbered card, Lamat, the Fool. Some place it last, others first. Some link it to Aleph, others to Shin, or to the infinite Ein Sof itself, the unmanifest source of all 21 emanations. As the Fool walks toward the other cards, he becomes the neophyte entering the mysteries. His motley garb veils the divine spark hidden within folly. Knowledge one confided to fools was thus preserved beneath the mask of play. Laid in sequence, the cards form a cosmic procession. Le Bateleur, the magician, the creative will, Le Papesse, veiled wisdom, guardian of the mysteries, L'Impératrice, fecund nature, L'Empereur, the demiurgic ruler of the manifest world, Le Pape, hierophant of divine law, L'Amoureux, the choice between spirit and desire, Le Chariot, the victorious soul, Le Justice, equilibrium, Le Hermite, the keeper of the hidden light, Le Roue de Fortune, the revolving law of opposites, La Force, mystery of the animal nature, Le Pendu, inversion and sacrifice, Le Mort, transformation, Le Temperance, the harmonizing of forces, Le Diable, bondage to the astral shadow, Le Fourre, the fall of pride, Le Étoile, renewal under cosmic law, Le Lune, the illusion of reflected light, Le Soleil, illumination and unity of dual powers, Le Jugement, resurrection of the higher self, and Le Monde, perfection, the initiate crowned with the vesica of creation. The minor suits mirror the four worlds of Kabbalah and the elements: rods, fire, cups, water, swords, air, coins, earth. They also signify the priesthood, the warrior, the merchant, and the farmer, religion, power, trade, and labor. Their numbers reflect cosmic order: 4 suits for the seasons, 13 cards each for the lunar months, 52 for the weeks, totaling 364, with the Joker 365, the days of the year. Even the modern deck, stripped of its page, preserves the esoteric calendar of the universe. The court cards embody zodiacal forces: kings, the cardinal signs; queens, the fixed; jacks, the mutable. Red and black show the northern and southern halves of the solar year. The king of clubs, bearing the orb, remains the grand master of the order of cards. Thus, even in trivial play, men unknowingly handle fragments of an ancient temple of wisdom, a cryptic synthesis of astrology, alchemy, masonry, and Kabbalah. Chess, too, mirrors this cosmic philosophy. Its board of 64 squares is the checkered floor of the mysteries. The white king is spirit, the black king matter. The war between them, the eternal conflict of light and darkness. The pieces, king, queen, bishop, knight, rook, and pawn, are man's spiritual faculties at war with their own shadows. Each move reveals law of geometry, showing that even in play, man reacts to the secret operations of the universe. The tabernacle in the wilderness. Much of the Pentateuch reflects the initiatory mysteries of ancient Egypt. The Israelites, long among the priests of Isis, absorbed their doctrines concerning divinity and the ritual path to wisdom. Though tradition attributes these books to Moses, evidence suggests they were later compilations of older oral teachings. The identity of Moses himself remains uncertain. Inman argued that his name derived from an ancient title of the sun, making him an allegory of the solar redeemer. Yet, in the mysteries, initiates often bore solar names to signify illumination achieved within. Moses was likely an adept of the Egyptian schools, instructed in their sacred sciences, who sought to raise a primitive people through symbolic worship. His name, in the esoteric Egyptian sense, means one who has been initiated into divine wisdom and sent forth to teach. Whether Jew or Egyptian, his story mirrors the initiatory journey. The infant found upon the waters, the adoption into royal tutelage, the flight from tyranny, the revelation of divine law, each a stage in the soul's passage from ignorance to illumination. The tabernacle he established was a portable temple patterned after those of Egypt, a moving school of divine science for a nomadic race. To the uninitiated, it was a place of sacrifice; to the wise, a living model of the universe and of man himself, both tabernacles of the indwelling spirit. Moses gave to chosen disciples oral keys that unlocked the allegories of the written law. These unwritten teachings, the Kabbalah, were the true inheritance of Israel, revealing the hidden structure of creation. The two-faced Janus, guardian of the key, became St. Peter with his gold and silver keys, symbols of this secret doctrine unlocking heaven's mysteries. The Egyptian temple, like the universe, was a house of initiation. Birth opened its gates, life was the winding passage, and death the veil of the innermost sanctuary. Socrates, departing life, paid a cock to Asclepius, the token of initiation through death. The tabernacle, its furnishings, and priesthood were mirrors of cosmic and human structure. Its outer court signified the material body, its inner chambers the soul and spirit. The brazen altar before the gate represented the purification of man's lower nature and the fire of the divine will. The laver was the cleansing of body and mind. Within the holy place burned the 7 lamps of spiritual illumination, opposite the 12 loaves of shewbread, the sustenance of divine wisdom distributed through the months of the year. The altar of incense stood midway, the voice of prayer rising from the heart to the Holy of Holies, which contained the Ark, the divine spark enthroned within man's being. The Ark itself, wood overlaid with gold, signified the union of matter and spirit. Its cherubim, the balanced forces of creation, between which the invisible presence spoke. The Shekinah, the luminous cloud of glory, veiled this presence as the soul veils God within. Every measurement, color, and material bore meaning. Gold for spirit, silver for purified intellect, brass for the mixed human condition. The 3 divisions of the tabernacle prefigured the 3 degrees of initiation. in the three worlds of man: body, soul, and spirit. The priestly robes embodied the same truths. The ordinary priest's white linen symbolized purity, the high priest's blue mantle and golden bells, the harmony of heaven and the resonance of divine law. The ephod, woven of 4 colors, represented the elements. The 2 onyx stones upon his shoulders bore the tribes of Israel, signifying the balanced forces of the zodiac. The jeweled breastplate was the celestial chart of 12 constellations, each stone a gate of light within man's own nature. When pure, these centers reflected the radiance of God. When darkened, they fell silent. The Urim and Thummim, the lights and perfections, rested with the breastplate as instruments of revelation, perhaps stones that shone when truth was spoken. Upon his brow the high priest bore a golden crown inscribed "Holiness unto the Lord," surmounted by a flower-shaped cup, the open lotus of spiritual consciousness receiving the waters of life. Before entering the Holy of Holies, he removed every vestment, for no garment of earth could stand before the Eternal. If his heart were impure, the divine fire struck him down, and the chain about his foot allowed his brethren to draw forth his body. Such was the penalty of entering unworthy into the presence. Thus, the tabernacle, like man and cosmos, was a temple of initiation. Its architecture concealed the law of regeneration, the outer sacrifices of the lower nature, the inward cleansing, the illumination of understanding, and at last the silent union with the Most High beyond the veil. The Fraternity of the Rose Cross. Their manifestos, the Fama Fraternitatis and Confessio Fraternitatis, appeared in early 17th century Germany during an age of religious wars, inquisitions, and scientific upheaval. These tracts announced the existence of a secret society of enlightened men, heirs to the wisdom of the ancient world and custodians of a reformation that would unite science, religion, and philosophy. At their center stood a symbolic figure, Father C.R.C., a man who journeyed to the East, studied with the sages of Damkar and Fez, mastered the secrets of nature, and returned to Europe to found the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross. Whether this was a historical record or a Hermetic parable mattered little. Its allegory spoke to the spiritual hunger of the age. The Rosicrucian ideal was not political, though it moved among kings, nor was it religious in the sectarian sense, though it invoked God at every turn. It sought to purify knowledge itself, to transmute the lead of dogma into the gold of understanding. The rose upon the cross symbolized that eternal crucifixion of spirit within matter, the soul bound to the flesh until it blossoms into divine consciousness. The house of the Holy Spirit where the brethren were said to meet was both an earthly lodge and a metaphor for the purified temple of the soul. The fraternity's 6 laws required secrecy, humility, chastity, and the healing of the sick without reward. They forbade pride and the pursuit of worldly honors. In this sense, the order was less an institution than a way of life, a spiritual discipline transmitted through symbols and silent recognition. The emblem of the rose and cross appeared throughout the Renaissance as a cipher of initiation, the rose of secrecy blooming upon the cross of sacrifice. Speculation over its founders and heirs has never ceased. Some saw in Johann Valentin André, the author of The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz, the literary father of the order. Others linked it to Agrippa, Paracelsus, or the hidden hand of Sir Francis Bacon, whose New Atlantis mirrors Rosicrucian themes of secret colleges preserving divine science. Still others traced its lineage back to Egypt, to Hermes and the priests of Isis, or forward to the invisible lodges of Freemasonry, where the same symbols, light, geometry, regeneration, reappeared in new form. For the mystics, the Rosicrucians were not bound to history at all. They were adepts who had mastered the art of transmutation, not of metals, but of man himself. They walked in 2 worlds, their physical bodies serving as instruments for a consciousness freed from mortality. Their temples were invisible, built not of stone but of light, existing in that ethereal realm to which only the initiated could ascend. To the materialist, this was superstition. To the mystic, revelation. Each myth, each emblem, the crucified rose, the seven-sided vault, the mysterious light that never burned out, was a cipher of inner truth. The tomb of CRC, opened 120 years after his death, was the allegory of awakening, the rediscovery of divine wisdom buried within the world, preserved until mankind was ready to receive it again. The Rosicrucian's true work was the perfection of the self, the illumination of the mind, and the harmonizing of man with the laws of nature. His laboratory was his own soul, his philosopher's stone, the purified intellect, his elixir of life, the union of reason and spirit. Whether the brotherhood still exists in form or has dissolved into the unseen, its philosophy endures wherever men and women seek truth above creed, and wisdom beyond the tyranny of dogma. For the rose still blooms upon the cross, and in that symbol lies the eternal promise of man's redemption through knowledge, purity, and the fire of divine love. Rosicrucian doctrines and tenets. Trustworthy evidence of the Rosicrucians' real beliefs and aims is almost non-existent. Their secrecy, both by design and necessity, leaves only veiled fragments through which the order's deeper philosophy must be inferred. It is generally accepted that there existed two Rosicrucian bodies, an outer, symbolic organization that issued manifestos and tracts to conceal the real work, and an inner brotherhood of illuminated initiates who revealed nothing. The supposed tomb of Christian Rosenkreutz, Knight of the Golden Stone, symbolized the outer fraternity, its true spirit existing in a higher invisible realm. During the 17th century, the outer society scattered clouds of contradictory writings, some genuine, some spurious, to divert investigation. Opportunists and impostors then multiplied the confusion with counterfeit books and false orders trading upon the growing fame of the mysterious brethren. Thus, truth and deceit intertwined so thoroughly that the real purpose of the fraternity could not be discerned except by its shadow. Its few authentic writings, such as the Confessio Fraternitatis. The Confessio, composed of 14 brief chapters, sought to correct misconceptions raised by the earlier Fama Fraternitatis. It affirmed the divine origin of the brotherhood created to restore truth and reform corrupt philosophy, religion, and science. Civilization, it declared, had fallen into decay through pride and false learning. Yet the light of divine wisdom, long hidden, was again revealed through God's chosen philosophers. The brothers, heirs of Father CRC, held a secret science uniting theology, medicine, and nature's hidden forces. Within man lay the supreme mystery, the key to heaven and earth. Yet only through purity and labor could it be realized. They promised enlightenment to all worthy seekers, but warned that their secrets would remain concealed from the unworthy, who might read their words yet never understand them. They declared themselves protected by divine clouds, invisible to mortal eyes unless those eyes had received the strength of the eagle. That is, illumination through initiation. Their aim was to overthrow false theology, heal the ills of nations, and establish a new age of truth guided by divine law. CRC, born in 1378 and living 106 years, left to his successors the duty of spreading this philosophic religion to all the world. The brothers foresaw a coming flood of spiritual light that would cleanse the earth of ignorance and unite all knowledge under a single truth. They warned, however, that this reformation would appear outwardly as the natural progress of the age, though secretly it would be the work of their order. Their philosophy rested on a divine language, a sacred script by which they read God's will in nature, much as astronomers read the stars. This alphabet, pure as that of Adam before the fall, revealed the hidden cycles of the church and the world. Yet they confessed that opposition from powerful forces required concealment and urged seekers to study the Bible for its inner meaning, not its literal words. True wisdom, they said, lay in understanding and obeying the divine law within the soul, not in theological speculation. They cautioned that the transmutation of metals and the elixir of life were but allegories of spiritual regeneration. The true alchemist must first purify heart and mind. Without virtue, material power would only corrupt. They condemned false philosophers and theatrical charlatans who profaned divine mysteries, declaring that truth is simple and open to the pure in heart, while falsehood hides in complexity and pride. In closing, they reaffirmed their devotion to Christ, rejected the tyranny of the papacy, and invited all sincere seekers of any nation or class to share in the light of God through their brotherhood. Yet they warned the greedy and impious that the secrets of wisdom cannot be forced, nor may divine gifts be seized by those unworthy. The treasures of the Rose Cross are revealed only by the will of God, and those who seek them for selfish ends will find death before enlightenment. Thus, behind allegory and secrecy, the Rosicrucians declared a doctrine of inner regeneration, the harmonizing of science and spirit, and the restoration of divine truth to the world. A reformation unseen carried forward in silence by the invisible college of the elect, who labor still behind the symbolic clouds of the rose and cross. Alchemy and its exponents. Alchemy was not mere superstition, but a profound and often misunderstood synthesis of philosophy, chemistry, and mysticism. From the time of Hermes Trismegistus, adepts claimed, and in many cases demonstrated, the transmutation of base metals into gold. The learned of antiquity and the Middle Ages, emperors, scientists, and philosophers alike affirmed its reality, and to dismiss them all as fools is to deny the intellectual integrity of centuries. Too many testimonies, too many experiments, and too many witnesses exist to brand the art as delusion alone. Paracelsus, Flamel, Lully, Albertus Magnus, and countless others pursued this great work not merely to amass wealth, but to uncover the divine principle within matter itself. They saw in gold the symbol of perfected spirit, and in the philosopher's stone the purified essence of nature and man. For them, the transformation of metals mirrored the regeneration of the soul. The claim that transmutation is impossible ignores both ancient testimony and certain well-documented phenomena. In 1689, William and Mary repealed the English law that made multiplication of metals a felony, implicitly recognizing that such work held legitimate scientific promise. The law required only that gold or silver thus produced be turned over to the royal mint to be coined into money. Accounts collected by Dr. Franz Hartmann described verified cases of transmutation, including that of the monk Wenzel Seeler, who in Emperor Leopold's presence transformed tin and silver into pure gold using a mysterious red powder, an artifact still partly preserved in Vienna's imperial treasury. Among the masters of this sacred science stood Paracelsus of Hohenheim, physician, mystic, and rebel. Born in 1493, he traveled through Europe and the East, learning from Arabian and Hindu adepts. He returned to Germany to revolutionize medicine, teaching that all healing derived from understanding nature's inner life. His cures of leprosy, cholera, and even cancer made him famous, though his defiance of authority and violent temper made him hated by his peers. His philosophy joined the physical and spiritual sciences, proclaiming that true medicine worked upon both body and soul. Albertus Magnus, the Dominican mystic and mentor of St. Thomas Aquinas, was said to have discovered the secret of the philosopher's stone and to have created a living automaton that spoke and reasoned. His feats blending theology and alchemy made him a legend of medieval wisdom. Raymond Lully, once a worldly nobleman, turned to divine study after a vision of Christ transformed his heart. Learning alchemy from Arnold of Villanova, he journeyed across Europe and Africa seeking to convert the infidels and advance the holy science. In England, legend holds he transmuted vast amounts of base metal into gold for King Edward II, on the condition it be used to finance crusades, not luxury. Betrayed and imprisoned, he escaped to die a martyr in Tunis in 1315. Nicolas Flamel, the Parisian scrivener, discovered an ancient alchemical manuscript known as the Book of Abraham the Jew. Within its ciphered symbols lay the secret of transmutation, which he eventually unlocked with his wife Perinella's help. He used his wealth to build hospitals and churches and engraved the secrets of the work in hieroglyphs upon the walls of Paris. Count Bernard of Treviso spent 60 years in pursuit of the philosopher's stone, impoverished and mocked, yet unyielding. At last, in old age, he succeeded and declared mercury, not fire, to be the true dissolving principle of nature. To the alchemists, gold was not simply metal, but the visible perfection of spirit within matter. Whether they achieved physical transmutation or spiritual illumination, they pursued one truth: that man himself is the base substance to be refined, the lead to be made gold through wisdom, labor, and divine understanding. The theory and practice of alchemy. Alchemy, the secret art of the land of Chem, is one of the most ancient sciences revealed to early man so that through it he might recover his lost divine state. The angel at Eden's gate, it was said, taught Adam both the Kabbalah and alchemy, promising that when their mysteries were mastered, the curse of the fall would end. When man took on his garment of flesh, these sacred sciences descended with him, their spiritual essence veiled in material form. Chemistry is but the corpse of alchemy, astronomy the shell of astrology. For half the book of wisdom remains forever hidden behind the veil of Isis, and only through the mysteries can man again perceive the unseen world. The ancient peoples of Chaldea, Babylon, Phoenicia, and Egypt practiced alchemy not as speculation but as a sacred art. They believed fully in the transmutation of metals, and their persistence demands that the modern scholar treat their theorems with respect. Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice great, is said to have revealed its secrets to Egypt, inscribing them upon the emerald tablet whose few cryptic lines holds the laws of life, growth, and transmutation. When this tablet was rediscovered, legend says, its power enabled men to conquer the world but not themselves. The true conqueror is the one who overcomes desire and masters transformation within. Alchemy is not the making of something from nothing, but the perfection and multiplication of that which is. The seed of gold exists in every metal as the seed of man lies hidden in the stone, awaiting awakening. God manifests through growth, the inner urge from darkness toward expression. Nature multiplies mustard seed into vastness. By art, the philosopher multiplies metals likewise. God is in all things, the spiritual fire imprisoned in matter. When the seed is nourished by art, it transforms all substance into its own nature. In man, this is regeneration. In matter, transmutation. In thought, illumination. As spirit and mind can be refined, so may body and earth. For the laws of the superior mirror the inferior. All grows, and all that grows can be multiplied, yet the secret of this growth is concealed that the profane might not pervert it. Every grain of sand, drop of water, or atom of dust holds the seed of all things, sun, moon, and stars, waiting its time to unfold. Nature works slowly, art hastens her processes. The true philosopher imitates her methods but intensifies her powers. Nature uses the long ages. Art condenses eternity into an hour. In the natural world, elements transform through pressure, fire, and time. In the laboratory of the adept, they do so by consciousness and will. In every age, 7 great problems occupied the alchemists: the philosopher's stone, the creation of life, the universal solvent, the restoration of ashes to life, the spirit of the world, the quintessence, and potable gold. All were but aspects of one mystery, the divine life latent in matter. They declared 3 universal substances: mercury, sulfur, and salt. Each a trinity within itself, together forming the sacred 9, and when united with Azoth, the hidden life force, they become the Pythagorean decad. The fiery water of creation, Shamayim, divided into solar fire and lunar water, is the universal mercury, the river of life flowing from the throne of God. The sages taught that Lucifer's misuse of this cosmic fire bounded in darkness, and that alchemy was devised to release it once more through the redemption of matter. Therefore, the scriptures conceal within allegory the operations of this art, as in the Song of Solomon, whose mystical bride and bridegroom are the soul and spirit united in the chemical marriage. The alchemists cloaked their teachings in emblems, the king and queen for gold and silver, the marriage for conjunction, the skull for putrefaction, the phoenix for resurrection. They wrote in parables so that only the wise might read between the lines. The three principles appear in 4 worlds: divine, human, elemental, and material, revealing that God, man, and the universe share one structure. Their 12-fold interplay is the foundation of creation, mirrored in the zodiac, in geometry, and in the 12 stones of the holy city. To the adepts, the life of Christ, the death of Hiram, the descent of Osiris, and the passion of every world savior all allegorize the same process: death, putrefaction, purification, and rebirth, the great work. The substance in the flask must die, blacken, and decay before the red elixir is born. If carried too far, the vessel bursts, for the fire of spirit cannot be contained by glass. When perfected, the fiery water dissolves all metals and transmutes the base into the pure. The 12 stages of the work, calcination through projection, reflect the 12 signs of the heavens, for man's redemption mirrors the revolution of the stars. The tarot's 22 trumps and letters of the Hebrew alphabet express the same sequence of transformations, and the Song of Solomon conceals the formula of the art within its verses of love. The process recapitulates creation itself. A fragment of the Philosopher's Stone dropped upon the water is said to enact in miniature the birth and death of worlds. The stone exists in 4 worlds: as divine illumination, spiritual regeneration, intellectual enlightenment, and material gold. The scientist who labors only in the lowest will fail, for the key ingredient is drawn from the purified soul of the operator. Without inner transformation, the elements will not unite. Hence the repeated warning: unless a man be reborn, he cannot perform the great work. All true adepts begin their labor with prayer, knowing that God alone is the supreme alchemist. The devout philosopher, entering the holy fire, sought not riches but the redemption of his own nature, that he might become transparent gold before the face of the eternal. The secret of the stone was rarely written. It passed from master to chosen disciple, the philosophical son who received it under oath of silence. Many adepts wandered through Europe under hidden names, preserving the line of the brotherhood, living long lives by means of the elixir they prepared. To the unworthy they remained invisible, for only like can draw like. Their allegories conceal deliberate omissions, for one vital element must be found by intuition, not instruction. 2 men may follow the same recipe, yet only the illuminated will succeed, for the missing link is not material but spiritual, the fire born of the regenerated soul. The Emerald Tablet of Hermes, the oldest of their texts, declares the law of correspondence. The superior agrees with the inferior, and the inferior with the superior. For all things are born from one thing by adaptation of the one mind. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind carries it, and the earth nourishes it. Separate the subtle from the gross gently and with care. It ascends to heaven and descends to earth, uniting the powers of above and below. And by this means you shall possess the glory of the whole world, and darkness shall flee from you. This is the strength of all strength. It conquers the fire and penetrates the solid. Thus was the world created. Its name is Chirum, one essence in 3 aspects, the hidden wisdom of the whole world. The philosophers understood this not as a mere formula, but as the secret of regeneration, spirit rising and descending until matter is made divine. The adepts of the Rose Cross preserved this truth under the symbol of a hidden mountain encircled by beasts. The world and its illusions. The seeker, led by this unseen guide, endures wind, earthquake, and fire before reaching the calm of dawn, where the treasure is revealed. a tincture that renews life and mind but vanishes if used for pride. The mountain is man himself, the ascent is purification, the treasure is the divine fire within. Those who reach it must live humbly, serving God and their fellow man, for the stone either finds a good man or makes one. Thus, alchemy is not a superstition but a sacred science. Its gold is wisdom, its furnace the human heart, its crucible the world, its stone the purified soul. Beneath its veiled language lies a single revelation, that all things are one, that God is hidden in the dust, and that through patient art and divine grace the base can be transmuted into the pure, the mortal into the immortal, and darkness into everlasting light. The Chemical Marriage. Johann Valentin André's tale opens with Christian Rosenkreutz receiving a starry-winged messenger's summons to a royal wedding. After a purifying vow, he sets out, choosing among 4 roads to the palace, slipping past closing gates and surrendering ordinary tokens, water, salt, and part of his coat, as the price of entry. That night, 9 humble guests, including CRC, refuse to pretend they're worthy. They're bound in the hall while the self-assured retire. At dawn, a public weighing exposes conceit. Most fail. A few, among them CRC, prove lighter than any burden placed upon them. They receive laurel and are marked with the golden fleece and flying lion, courage yoked to illumined will. Led by the virgin Virgo Lucifera, they tour libraries, globes, and secret sepulchres, then drink the draught of silence and witness a shocking rite. 6 royal figures are beheaded, the blood saved, the bodies sent away by night. The next day brings a sea voyage to the Tower of Olympus, where the real work starts. In the laboratory, they dissolve the royal remains. The essence is cooked in a golden globe, yielding a white egg. From it hatches a dark, quarrelsome bird, gradually whitened and colorized through feedings of diluted royal blood, washed, stripped, calcined to a blue stone, and reconstituted as pigment. In a higher room, the bird is fed by the white serpent's blood and decapitated. Its ashes, secretly preserved, are shaped and vivified as 2 tiny homunculi that, drop by drop, grow into a new king and queen. 3 rays, spirit descending through trumpets, ensole them. They awaken, thank the workers, and depart. On the 7th day, all true workers are dubbed Knights of the Golden Stone, receive zodiacal honors, and return by ship to court. 5 vows bind them to God and nature, purity, service, humility toward power, and consent to mortal limits. CRC confesses a hidden fault, having once looked on Venus, and accepts the porter's post at the gate, ending mid-sentence with a clear moral. The work binds the adept to lifelong guardianship, not glory. Beneath the pageant lies a map of inner transformation. The dungeon, scales, and forfeited tokens strip pride and possession. The executions image the blackening where the old king egoic rule is slain. The tower's floors are planetary levels. Ascent demands wings, grace, ropes, discipline, or ladders method. The egg, birth, bath, burning, and phoenix-like rebirth enact the alchemical sequence from putrefaction to whitening to rubedo. The 2 regenerated royals are intelligence and love enthroned. The balanced sovereigns of a reordered microcosm and, by analogy, a just society. The golden fleece and flying lion marked purified desire and steadfast will. The draught of silence binds speech to wisdom. In plain terms, the wedding is the union of divine and human within a person. When spirit and soul are reconciled, a knight of the stone is born. Diamond clear, 7-fold balanced, and pledged to keep the gate for others who would enter. The cryptogram as a factor in symbolic philosophy. No study of symbolism is complete without considering cryptograms. Once vital to diplomacy and war, their use in philosophy and literature has been forgotten. Yet many ancient and medieval works conceal profound truths through deliberate obscurity. Ciphers appear in the faint watermark of a page, the spacing of words, initial letters, or even errors in pagination. They may hide in geometry, drawings, or the cadence of verse. The wise masked divine truth within symbols, which both revealed and concealed. To the uninitiated, forms appear empty. To the initiate, they are the living alphabet of nature. Every temple had its sacred tongue, spoken only by those purified to receive it. When sacred alphabets became known, subtler cryptic systems arose, concealing even the fact that a cipher existed. Thus, the philosophers preserved their knowledge beneath harmless-seeming texts, shielding wisdom from tyranny and superstition. In the Renaissance and Reformation eras, cryptography flourished. Persecuted thinkers concealed their discoveries, veiling new science and heretical philosophy beneath code and allegory. Roger Bacon's writings, long thought mystical, were later found to contain ciphers revealing his microscopic knowledge of living cells. Insight centuries ahead of his time. Without these veiled records, the bridge from ancient mysteries to modern masonry might have vanished entirely. The most notable texts on this hidden art were by Trithemius, Wilkins, Kircher, and Salinas, whose Cryptomonetices 1624 bore unmistakable Rosicrucian influence, possibly even Baconian hints hidden in its emblematic title page. Ciphers fall into several kinds. The literal cipher substitutes one letter style for another, as in Bacon's bilateral cipher, which used two slightly differing fonts to encode messages without altering the visible texts, whose folios, especially the Shakespeare plays, may contain such hidden layers. The pictorial cipher hides words in images. Through proportions of architecture, folds of clothing, gestures, or peculiar distortions, such as an extra finger in a painting. The achromatic cipher hides truth in parables and myths. Scripture, epic, and allegory all belong to this kind, their deeper meaning visible only to those who read beneath the moral surface. The numerical cipher replaces letters with numbers, often using sacred or personal totals. Bacon's own name equating to 33, or relying on pagination and repetition as clues. Musical ciphers employ tones instead of letters, so that two musicians could converse in melody. Arbitrary ciphers exchange letters for symbols or marks, decoded through frequency and context. The modern code cipher, like Morse or business codes, reduces communication to pure symbol, dots, dashes, and figures comprehensible only by those possessing the key. Beyond mechanics lies the hidden aim, to preserve truth against corruption. Philosophers, alchemists, and mystics clothed divine knowledge in technical language, embedding spiritual laws within chemistry, anatomy, or astronomy. Their experiments were allegories of the soul. To the literalist, nonsense. To the illuminated, revelation. The student of symbolism must therefore learn to read these veiled messages, to train discrimination and insight until the cipher of nature itself unfolds. For cryptography, rightly understood, is not merely a secret art of letters, but the discipline of perceiving what is hidden in plain sight. The unseen meaning behind all forms, the eternal wisdom written between the lines of the world. Freemasonic symbolism. Early Masonic records claim that the craft of sacred builders existed before the flood and helped raise the Tower of Babel. A later constitution recounts how Lamech's children, Jabal, Jubal, Tubal-Cain, and Nama, founded geometry, music, metallurgy, and weaving, preserving their knowledge upon two imperishable pillars. After the deluge, Hermes rediscovered them and restored the lost sciences. Josephus tells of the pillars of the sons of Seth and of Enoch, the initiator who built 9 hidden vaults beneath Mount Moriah, placing in the deepest a golden delta inscribed with the ineffable name. When the flood destroyed the world, the wisdom slept until another builder rediscovered the secret vaults while founding a new temple to the great architect of the universe. A Tudor manuscript states that Peter Gower, the Grecian, evidently Pythagoras, carried the mysteries of geometry and architecture from Egypt into Greece, thence to France and England. The early Masons therefore traced their descent from the philosophic schools of antiquity. The 7 liberal arts, grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, were seen as the foundation of Masonic study, for they taught man to order his thought, understand proportion and harmony, and perceive the relation of the soul to the cosmos. Among the ancient orders of builders, none equaled the Dionysiac architects, initiates of the Bacchic mysteries who devoted their art to the erection of temples and theaters. Revered as custodians of sacred architectonics, they embodied divine principles in stone and proportion. Their secret fraternities, ruled by masters and wardens, possessed passwords, signs, and obligations. They cared for their brethren and held annual feasts. From their guilds descended the traveling masons of the Middle Ages. Their temples were planned in harmony with cosmic order, founded on the geometry of the human body. For to them the universe itself was the archetypal temple and man its living measure. By means of proportion and sound they sought to awaken distinct emotions in the observer, solemnity, joy, reverence, believing that buildings perfectly attuned to nature would endure as oracles of divine law. Vitruvius preserved fragments of their philosophy, teaching that architecture mirrors the symmetry of the human form, and that every part of a structure must relate to the whole as limb to body. The Dionysians worked through mathematical harmony, geometry, and acoustic design to elevate the mind of the initiate. Their craft united the disciplines of art, science, and religion into one sacred labor, the external reflection of the order of heaven. These mystic builders left their marks on the early Christian cathedrals, which still bear their emblems, compasses, squares, and arches, within stone tracery and saintly figures. The checkerboard pavement of the Masonic Lodge descends from their tracing boards. Their legacy is preserved in Masonic ritual and symbolism. The Roman collegia of architects, the Islamic dervishes, and even the Knights Templar inherited aspects of their secret science. Their great unfinished work, the Temple of Civilization, remains the invisible edifice built through the ages by all who labor for divine order on earth. The Dionysians viewed society itself as an unhewn stone to be squared and polished into harmony. By laboring in rhythm with the creative forces of nature, they sought liberation through constructive action and venerated God as the great master builder. To build truly was to participate in cosmic creation. To craft in symmetry and love was to become immortal through unity with the divine design. The legend of Solomon continues this symbolism. His temple, the house of everlasting light, is at once the universe, the human body, and the soul's invisible sanctuary. Solomon, the Sun King of Wisdom, personifies the spiritual illumination that builds these 3 temples: the macrocosm of stars, the microcosm of man, and the solar temple of the purified being. The pillars, cherubim, and pomegranates of his house veil ancient mysteries of polarity and regeneration. Freemasonry, inheriting from Egypt, Greece, and Atlantis, preserves the eternal truth of these mystery schools beneath its allegories. Its rituals reenact the building of Solomon's temple within man himself. The tools of the builder are instruments for shaping the soul. The lost word of the master is divine wisdom regained through self-mastery. Thus, Freemasonry stands as the living university of the mysteries, gathering the wisdom of ages into a single science of the spirit. Its symbols are heirlooms of the world's initiates, teaching that the true temple is within, and that to build in harmony with divine proportion is to know God as the great architect of heaven and earth. Mystic Christianity. The true life of Jesus of Nazareth remains hidden behind the veils of allegory and suppressed records. Neither the canonical Gospels nor the Apocrypha reveal his complete identity or mission, though fragments survive in the writings of the earliest church fathers. The Knights Templars, initiates of the secret sects of the East, the Druses, Nazarenes, Essenes, and Johannites, are said to have possessed part of this mystery, and their knowledge of it likely contributed to their destruction. Even the learned fathers of the church contradicted one another, writing centuries after the events they described and relying largely on legend. Irenaeus, writing in the 2nd century, stated that Jesus lived to mature age, not 33 years as commonly supposed, and taught long enough to have disciples of his own. His statement, drawn from those who knew John the Apostle, suggests that the familiar narrative was reshaped to mirror the older solar myths. Early missionaries freely admitted parallels between Christ and the pagan savior gods, Bacchus, Adonis, Hermes, using them to ease conversion among Greeks and Romans. The pattern of a divine son born of a virgin, performing miracles, dying and rising again, was universal long before Christianity. Some writers propose that more than one teacher named Jesus or Joshua lived in Syria, their lives later interwoven. Secret traditions among the Essenes tell of a Joshua, son of Joseph and Mara, who revived the old rites of Jehovah and was stoned to death in Jerusalem. Another echo of the archetypal martyred initiate. Legends of Christ's travels to Greece, Egypt, India, and even Tibet hint that his wisdom was drawn from the same fountains as that of the mystery schools. If he studied in the East, he may have been an initiate of Melchizedek's order, as Pythagoras was before him. The phrase, after the order of Melchizedek, reveals a brotherhood of divine priests predating Israel, whose sacrament of bread and wine Jesus renewed. The name Jesus ben Panther, found in the early Jewish commentaries, links him symbolically to Bacchus, the sun god nursed by panthers, and the monogram IHS, long interpreted as Iesus Hominim Salvator, was originally a solar emblem of Dionysus. The Christian Eucharist, the resurrection, and the number 33 all continue ancient allegories of the sun's passage and the soul's ascent. The Christos, or divine self, is the inner light within every man. Jesus, the man, revealed and embodied this immortal principle. The crucifixion represents the descent of spirit into matter. The resurrection, it's a reawakening within the soul. To find Christ is to awaken the divine mind in oneself. The Essenes, ascetic healers, and mystics dwelling near the Dead Sea preserved the hidden keys of the Mosaic Law and anticipated the coming of the Messiah. Joseph and Mary are said to have been among their number, chosen to prepare a body for a great soul. Jesus, raised among them, was initiated into their higher mysteries, then journeyed eastward for deeper initiation before returning to teach the forgotten wisdom of Israel. His parables concealed cosmic truths, as the teachings of Plato had once done. He spoke of the divine mind sacrificed and divided among all creatures, so that through its indwelling presence humanity might rise to immortality. After his departure, the secret tradition was continued through Joseph of Arimathea, custodian of the sacred relics, the cup and the spear, and founder of the secret church of the Holy Grail at Glastonbury. The Grail, like the mystical cup of Bacchus and the cauldron of the Celts, symbolizes the inexhaustible bounty of divine life and the womb of regeneration. The Arthurian legends perpetuate this wisdom. Arthur, the Sun King, his knights, the zodiac, his round table, the cosmos, and the perilous seat, the throne of perfected man. Merlin, son of the dragon of wisdom, represents initiation itself, the magician guiding the solar hero towards spiritual sovereignty. When Arthur fell at Camblan and Excalibur was returned to the waters, the cycle of the mysteries ended to rise again in secret orders like the Rosicrucians. The Grail quest became the eternal search for divine illumination. Beneath all allegory lies a single truth. The Christos is the inner redeemer, the immortal flame imprisoned within man. And the great drama of Jesus, the Grail, and the Round Table is the timeless initiatory myth of the soul's awakening and reunion with the eternal light. The Cross and the Crucifixion. According to legend, when Adam neared death, he sent his son Seth to Eden to seek the oil of mercy from the guardian angel. Seth found the garden and a cross-shaped tree of life reaching to heaven, its roots binding Cain below. Denied the oil, Seth received instead 3 seeds from the tree of life, which he placed in Adam's mouth upon his death. From these seeds grew a tree that absorbed Adam's blood, his life, and was later preserved through Noah, Moses, David, and Solomon. This same wood, sacred through generations, ultimately became the cross upon which Christ was crucified, set in the very earth that covered Adam's skull, symbolizing the redemption of man through the same tree that first brought sin. The veneration of the cross, far from being uniquely Christian, is one of the oldest and most universal symbols in human history. Early Christians concealed the pagan origins of their symbols, but the cross appears in the sacred art and architecture of Egypt, India, Chaldea, Greece, and the Americas. Long before the crucifixion, it signified divine life, cosmic order, and the union of heaven and earth. Ancient libraries like that of Alexandria once held the secrets linking pagan and Christian mysteries before zeal and conquest destroyed them. Still, evidence remains. The cross appears in Babylonian seals, Druidic groves, Buddhist wheels, Egyptian temples, and Mayan ruins. The Aztecs worshipped Quetzalcoatl, who bore a cross and was nailed to one in their rituals. The Hindus revered the cruciform symbol of Krishna, and the Egyptians held aloft the crux ansata, the looped cross of life, during their rites of resurrection. 3 primary forms of the cross existed. The Tau, ancient symbol of initiation and divine authority, marked initiates in the mysteries of Mithras and Egypt. The crux ansata, a Tau surmounted by a loop, represented eternal life and regeneration, the union of masculine and feminine forces, the key to heaven and the Nile's fertility. The Roman cross, later associated with Christ, symbolized cosmic balance, the intersection of heaven and earth, spirit and matter. The 4 arms represented the 4 elements, directions, and divine creatures of Ezekiel's vision: bull, eagle, lion, and man. Thus, the cross embodied both life and death. Astronomically, it marked the sun's path through the solstices and equinoxes, the crucifixion of light upon the heavens. Spiritually, it depicted the descent of divine consciousness into matter and its ultimate resurrection. The material form which a cross was made, gold, silver, base metal, or wood, carried meaning, illumination, purification, humility, or aspiration. The shape also mirrored the human form, arms outstretched in prayer, symbolizing man himself as the cross upon which spirit is crucified. The crucifixion myth, then, predates Christianity. Countless savior gods, Prometheus, Mithras, Osiris, Krishna, Quetzalcoatl, and others, were bound to trees or crosses, suffered, and rose again for the redemption of mankind. The sun, too, was the eternal savior, crucified daily upon the horizon, descending into darkness and reborn with the dawn. In the mysteries, the candidate underwent symbolic crucifixion, suspended between life and death until resurrected into enlightenment. Krishna, pierced by arrows and hung upon a tree. Mithras, slain and risen on the 25th of March. Prometheus, chained to the rock for giving fire to man. All expressed the same eternal pattern. Even in the Americas, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was portrayed crucified in the heavens, a symbol of the god sacrificed for his creation. The 3 nails of the Passion, repeated in Masonic and royal emblems, signify the trinity of forces binding spirit to form. Esoterically, the wounds of Christ correspond to centers of power in the hands and feet, through which divine energy flows. In the final analysis, the crucifixion is not a tale of one man's agony, but a universal allegory. The spirit eternally sacrificing itself to redeem the matter it inhabits. The cross is the intersection of the human and the divine, the symbol of life out of death, and the key to man's spiritual resurrection. To understand it is to perceive the secret of the world's great religions. One mystery told in many tongues, that within man himself the Christ must die and rise again. The mystery of the apocalypse. Ephesus, marked by the great temple of Diana, was one of the sacred centers of the ancient mysteries. its temple standing as both wonder and cipher for hidden wisdom. H. P. Blavatsky described it as a focus of universal secret doctrine, where the philosophies of Egypt, Chaldea, Persia, and India were recast in Greek form. Diana, or Artemis, embodied the androgynous principle of nature and the secret forces of creation. Though Paul's converts claimed to have burned their Ephesian writings, much of the old knowledge endured beneath Christian forms. Ephesus became the setting for many Christian legends, the last home of the Virgin Mary and the tomb of St. John the Divine, who, it was said, entered his sepulchre alive and sleeps there until the return of the Savior. Over time, myths and mysteries fused around him and his vision, the Apocalypse, which became the most controversial and least understood text of the New Testament. From the earliest centuries, its authorship was disputed. Many, including Dionysius and Eusebius, argued it was written not by John, but by the Gnostic Cerinthus. Even Jerome and later Luther doubted its apostolic origin. Yet its profound symbolism betrays a mind steeped in the mystery tradition. Three principal theories emerged. First, that Revelation was originally a pagan sacred book of the Eleusinian or Phrygian mysteries, written in symbolic language for initiates. Second, that it sought to reconcile pagan and Christian teachings, expressing a fusion of both. And third, that it was composed to mock the Christian mysteries. The last theory, though popular, fails to explain its philosophical depth. More likely, it represents an esoteric synthesis of the ancient mystery language with early Christian symbolism. In truth, philosophy transcends creed. Whether pagan or Christian, the Apocalypse condenses the universal mystery of creation, initiation, and regeneration, a work open to many layers of interpretation. The opening vision of the Alpha and Omega surrounded by 7 golden candlesticks depicts the supreme Logos in the midst of the planetary powers, symbolizing humanity's full evolutionary journey. The fiery countenance, feet, and voice reflect man's ascent from the elemental fire of his beginning to the divine radiance of his spiritual perfection. The 7 stars held in the right hand signify the governors of the world, the sacred planets and their mysteries, while the flaming sword from the mouth is the creative word that dispels illusion. The 7 churches of Asia represent not literal congregations, but the 7 planetary spheres through which the soul ascends. Or, in Eastern symbolism, the 7 chakras along the spinal column. The door in heaven corresponds to the crown of the head, the spiritual gateway to liberation. Steiner aligned these churches with the great racial epics of mankind, each church corresponding to a stage in human evolution. The throne of God, surrounded by 24 elders and 4 living creatures, reflects the cosmic hierarchy. The fixed zodiacal signs in the Lords of Time. The lamb with 7 horns and 7 eyes is Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, symbolizing the Logos as the sacrifice that redeems creation. The lambskin apron of masonry, worn over the generative organs, preserves the same allegory of purification through sacrifice. The 4 horsemen represent the great cycles of life and nature, birth, youth, maturity, and death, or the 4 elements, the 4 yugas, and the 4 quarters of existence. The number 144,000 reduces to 9, the number of initiation, denoting the perfected man sealed with divine knowledge. The 7 trumpets mark the vibratory tones of the Logos by which creation is built and unbuilt. The star, called wormwood, falling from heaven signifies divine wisdom corrupted into dogma and materialism. The little book that John eats is the secret doctrine, sweet to the spirit but bitter to the flesh. The woman clothed with the sun, crowned with 12 stars, and pursued by the dragon is both the constellation Virgo and the eternal mystery. The mother of enlightened souls, opposed by the powers of ignorance. Her flight into the wilderness signifies the withdrawal of the mysteries from a profaned world. The beast rising from the sea with 7 heads and 10 horns represents the demiurgus, the creative power shaping the material universe. Its number 666 is the signature of the lower mind enslaved by illusion, while 888, the number of Jesus, denotes the liberated logos. The marriage of the Lamb is the union of the purified soul with its divine spirit. Armageddon, the final battle within man between light and darkness. The casting of the beast into the fire is the overcoming of the animal nature. The last judgment mirrors the weighing of the soul in the mysteries of Osiris. Finally, John beholds the New Jerusalem, the perfected world and the glorified initiate. Its 12 gates are the zodiac, its foundations the stones of cosmic order, its golden streets the radiant pathways of spirit. The river of life flowing from the throne is the stream of divine consciousness. The tree of life, bearing fruit each month, is the eternal cycle of creation. There is no temple there, for God and the Lamb, the perfected spirit and its reflection, are the light and dwelling of all. Thus, the apocalypse is the supreme mystery drama of the soul, its fall into matter, purification through trial, illumination by the word, and final union with the divine. Beneath its veiled symbol lies the promise of initiation, the unveiling of the eternal city within man himself. The faith of Islam. The Christian world long ago viewed Islam through a veil of scorn and fear. In 1649, Alexander Ross condemned Mohammed and the Quran as a hodgepodge of contradictions and lies, accusing the prophet of blasphemy for denying that God could have a son. Yet Muhammad's conception of the divine was of a being beyond human limitation, whose word, be and it is, brings creation into being without human form or process. Born in Mecca around 570 AD, Muhammad's birth was said to have shaken empires and extinguished the sacred fire of Persia. Legends tell of the angel Gabriel opening his breast and removing the black drop of sin. In youth, Muhammad journeyed with caravans, met Nestorian monks, and learned of Judaism and Christianity. At 26, he married Khadijah, a wealthy widow of deep faith and intelligence whose support sustained him through years of persecution. Retiring often to the mountain cave of Hira, Muhammad prayed for renewal of divine truth. There, in his 40th year, Gabriel appeared, commanding him to recite, revealing the words that would form the Quran. Fearing demonic deception, he turned to Khadijah, who assured him of his purity of purpose. Revelation came to him in ecstatic trances, periods of intense physical strain during which he dictated the surahs to his followers. In the famous night journey, Muhammad was carried by the celestial steed Al-Borak from Mecca to Jerusalem and through the seven heavens. There he met the patriarchs Adam, Jesus, Moses, Abraham, and beheld the radiant presence of God before returning to his bed the same night. Whether mystical vision or allegory, it established his authority as the seal of the prophets. Muhammad's earliest converts were his wife, family, and closest friends, whose intimacy with his private life attests to his sincerity. Abu Bakr, his most faithful companion, succeeded him as caliph after his death. When threatened with assassination in Mecca, Muhammad fled with Abu Bakr to Medina. The Hijra, from which the Islamic era begins. His following grew swiftly, and in the 8th year he returned to Mecca in triumph, cleansing the Kaaba of idols and dedicating it to the one God, Allah. Granting amnesty to his former enemies, he established Mecca as the spiritual center of Islam. During his final pilgrimage, sensing death near, he preached that his mission was fulfilled. "This day I have perfected your religion." Soon after, poisoned years earlier at Kibar, he fell ill and died in AD 632, in the arms of his young wife Aisha, murmuring, "Gabriel, come close unto me." He was buried beneath his home in Medina beside Abu Bakr and Umar, with a place reserved for Jesus, who Islam holds will return. Despite centuries of Western distortion, Muhammad's life was marked by austerity and humility. He mended his own clothes, ate barley bread and water, and freed his slaves before death. His treating elevated women, proclaiming that men and women alike were judged by faith and virtue. The Quran's contradictions stem not from him but from later compilations and political alterations. The purest passages reveal an initiatory wisdom linking Islam to the ancient mysteries. The black stone of the Kaaba, once white but darkened by human sin, may descend from pre-Islamic Venus worship, symbolizing the feminine principle within creation. Muhammad's denied sonship of God was not blasphemy but reverence, affirming divine unity beyond human form. Islam's message was pure monotheism. No mediator between God and man save truth itself. The prophet foresaw himself as the restorer of Adam's original faith, not its destroyer. From the fusion of spiritual and scientific genius in the Islamic world arose the bright age of Moorish Spain, its universities, libraries, and philosophy outshining the darkness of medieval Europe. Muslim scholars preserved and expanded the wisdom of Greece and Egypt, developing chemistry, optics, algebra, and medicine while Christian Europe slept. The mystery of Islam is part of a large cycle. The eternal phoenix of wisdom reborn every 6 centuries. As the flame of Egypt passed to Greece, then to Christ, then to Muhammad, so did it rise again in each new age as the divine intellect clothed in mortal form. Muhammad, the last of the prophets, stands not as the enemy of Christ, but as another manifestation of the same eternal word, the light that neither crucifixion nor conquest can extinguish. American Indian symbolism. The North American Indian was a natural mystic and philosopher whose world was alive with spirit. The clouds were the smoke of divine pipes, the forests and waters filled with unseen beings. He perceived in nature the living presences of gods, elementals, and ancestral powers. Like the ancients of every land, he divided existence into upper, middle, and lower worlds, the heavens of the Great Spirit, the earth of men, and the shadowy realm below. The dead were thought to journey across rivers or far horizons, echoing the mysteries of Egypt and Greece. The sacred number 4, reflecting the Creator's square universe, structured his ceremonies, his directions, and his symbolism. His mystery rites, known to the initiates, reenacted death and rebirth. Through them, the soul could pass beyond the body and return again, conscious of the unseen. The calumet, or sacred pipe, was the altar of his religion. Its smoke rose to heaven in thanksgiving to the Great Spirit, to earth, the mother, and to the sun, source of all light. The pipe was carved from a single quarry of red stone, sanctified by legend as the place where the Creator himself had once smoked toward the 4 corners of creation. The serpent, the sun, and the sacred mound revealed a wisdom linking the Indian mysteries to those of Atlantis and the ancient world. The great serpent mound in Ohio, coiling about the egg of existence, testifies to his knowledge of cosmic forces. Many tribes taught reincarnation and the migration of souls. Even infants were named for their former lives, and the aged sometimes took their own lives to be reborn near those they loved. He distinguished the ghosts from the soul and believed, like the Platonists, in archetypal realms and guardian spirits, totems that watched over individuals and tribes. His legends preserved initiatory truths. Hiawatha, uniter of the Iroquois, sought to end war through a great league. A prophet of unity betrayed and deified after death. Beneath the poetry of Longfellow's Song of Hiawatha stands the real initiate, master of peace and mystery. In Central America, the Popol Vuh of the Quiche Nation remains one of the world's profound sacred texts. It reveals the red man's secret philosophy. Akin to the mystery traditions of Egypt, Chaldea, and Greece, its god Gucumatz, the plumed serpent, was Quetzalcoatl of Mexico, Amaru of Peru, from this name, Amurica, the land of the plumed serpent. The word America descends. The priests of this radiant god once ruled both continents, teaching the pure impersonal divinity of the sun. Yet, as centuries passed, their temples fell to sorcery and blood sacrifice, echoes of the Atlantean corruption that destroyed earlier civilizations. The sacred mirrors of their magicians captured spirits and enslaved minds, until black rites replaced the ancient mysteries. From this twilight of wisdom comes the myth of the mysteries of Xibalba, a tale of initiation. Summoned to the underworld, the brothers Hunhun Apu and Vukub Hunun Apu failed their trials and were slain. The head of Hunhun Apu, placed upon a calabash tree, impregnated the virgin Zikik with 2 sons, Hunapu and Zabalenke. These heroes, masters of divine power, entered Xibalba to avenge their fathers. Passing through rivers of mud and blood, they overcame 7 ordeals: darkness, spears, cold, tigers, fire, and bats. Each a test of soul mastery. Through cunning and courage they triumphed where their forebears had failed. Finally, through voluntary death and resurrection, they conquered the lords of death and rose to the heavens as the twin lights of the sky. Their journey mirrors the initiate's descent into the lower nature and ascent into divine illumination. The Popol Vuh reveals through allegory the same initiatory science found in the Eleusinian and Egyptian rites, the purification of the soul through the trials of the elements. Scholars have seen in the 12 princes the rulers of Atlantis, in its ordeals the signs of the zodiac, and in its temple of the black stone, called the Kabaha, a striking parallel to the Islamic Kaaba. The plumed serpent is the Kundalini fire rising through man's spinal path, the serpent crowned with a 1,000-petaled lotus of enlightenment. Even the medicine societies of the northern tribes, such as the Ojibwe's Medouin, preserved fragments of this wisdom. Their initiations taught healing, spirit mastery, and the secret movements of life within the body. Their birch bark records were maps of spiritual ascent, their rites a mirror of the mysteries of old. Across the continent, in mound, myth, and medicine, the red men keep the eternal philosophy that man is a bridge between heaven and earth, that the spirit journeys through many forms toward light, and that beneath the veil of symbol all faiths are one truth, the fire of the Great Spirit burning in every heart. The mysteries and their emissaries. The divine knowledge once guarded in the temples of the ancient world did not perish. It was veiled. Beneath the debris of fallen civilization, it remains hidden yet indestructible, awaiting the seeker prepared to rediscover it. The initiates of the mysteries, heirs of the 7-rayed god of the ancients, preserved a wisdom concerning the nature of divinity and the destiny of man so profound that even the philosophers of later faiths could only hint at its depth. If that inner doctrine was always kept secret from the masses, then the leaders of modern civilization, religious, scientific, and political, are but children playing with fragments of symbols whose meanings they no longer know. Albert Pike and other learned men have confirmed that the mysteries contain the supreme keys to philosophy, ethics, and science. Their method trained the intellect to reason with perfect clarity and discipline, freeing the mind from superstition and contradiction. Wisdom, they taught, is the divine element in man. To attain it is to become godlike. Those illumined by this system formed an unbroken golden chain of initiates, beings of vast intellect and purity whose influence shaped religions, philosophies, and civilizations for millennia. Such souls, standing beyond the comprehension of the multitude, have always faced persecution from ignorance and envy. History is filled with their martyrdoms. Pythagoras slain and his school burned, Hypatia torn apart by Christian zealots, Bruno and Savonarola burned, Galileo humiliated, Bacon and Dante exiled, Cagliostro imprisoned, each a link in the long chain of those sacrificed for truth. Yet from their ashes rise the same eternal light. Among the most luminous of these keepers of the ancient wisdom stand three figures: Hypatia of Alexandria, Cagliostro, the mystic reformer, and the Comte de Saint-Germain, the immortal adept. Hypatia, the daughter of the mathematician Theon, was the brightest star of the Alexandrian school. Gifted in philosophy, astronomy, and mathematics, she was beloved by her students and respected by the magistrates of her city. Her teachings, clear and fearless, exposed the pagan roots of Christianity and dispelled its claimed miracles by explaining the laws behind them. Her brilliance aroused the hatred of Cyril, Bishop of Alexandria, whose fanatic followers dragged her through the streets and murdered her in AD 415. With her death, the last great light of classical philosophy was extinguished, and the Alexandrian mysteries fell into silence. More than 1,000 years later, Cagliostro, the so-called divine adventurer, appeared in Europe as a master of the occult sciences. Trained, he said, by Eastern adepts, he founded the Egyptian rite of Freemasonry to restore the lost wisdom of the ages. Generous, eloquent, and fearless, he healed the sick and taught spiritual regeneration through initiation. But his miracles were mocked as trickery, his virtues twisted into crimes. Imprisoned by the Inquisition for forming a Masonic lodge in Rome, he was condemned to death, his sentence commuted to life imprisonment. Some believe he escaped to the east, others that he died in a dungeon. But the mystery of his fate endures, as does his legend as an emissary of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood. The Comte de Saint-Germain was still more mysterious, a scholar, linguist, painter, alchemist, and diplomat of transcendent power and grace. He appeared in the courts of Europe with knowledge that spanned centuries, spoke all languages, and possessed a wisdom that transcended time. He was said to remove flaws from jewels, compose divine music, and prophesy with unerring accuracy the fall of kings and empires. He foretold the French Revolution and the rise of Napoleon, yet was untouched by age or decay. Known to Voltaire, Frederick the Great, and Louis XV, he passed through Europe like a shadow of forgotten light, always the same, always alone. Many believed him a Rosicrucian adept, perhaps even the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, or an emissary of the hidden brotherhood that guides human evolution. He was the initiator of Cagliostro and may have been the same immortal soul who had appeared before under other names: Bacon, Rakosi, Saint-Germain, the ageless servant of the secret school. The influence of that school can be traced in the birth of the American Republic. When the flag of the 13 colonies was designed, a mysterious professor, a serene, ageless man known to Washington and Franklin, appeared among the committee, offered the accepted pattern, and vanished. On the night of July 4th, 1776, as hesitation filled the hall in Philadelphia, another unknown figure entered, spoke with burning conviction that God has given America to be free, and disappeared after the declaration was signed. Such apparitions marked the birth of many nations guided by the same unseen fraternity that preserved the light of the mysteries. From the temples of Egypt to the founding of the New World, the chain endures. The torch of initiation, though hidden behind symbols and secrecy, has never gone out. It passes from age to age, from teacher to disciple, sustaining the hidden empire of wisdom that governs the destiny of mankind. Conclusion. Philip of Macedon, seeking the finest mind to guide his son, sent for Aristotle, believing none more capable of shaping Alexander's intellect and soul. For 8 years the philosopher taught the prince, and Alexander came to revere him as he did his own father, declaring that his father had given him life, but Aristotle had taught him how to live. Under his master's instruction, the young conqueror glimpsed the higher world of the sages, a realm of wisdom he would never conquer with armies. Aristotle gave him a copy of Homer's Iliad, which Alexander carried through all his campaigns, cherishing it above the spoils of empire. When Aristotle later published one of his secret treatises, Alexander protested that knowledge meant for the few had been made common. for he would rather surpass men in wisdom than in worldly power. Aristotle replied that even when shared truth remained veiled to the unillumined. Alexander's empire fell as swiftly as it rose, while Aristotle's dominion grew through the centuries. By the power of reason, the philosopher conquered what armies could not, the human mind. His thought became the measure of intellect for all ages, proving that true conquest lies in enlightenment, not enslavement. The sword fades, but wisdom endures. The ancients knew philosophy as life itself. To live without reason was to be dead, and those expelled from the schools of wisdom were given tombstones, for they had forsaken truth for illusion. The senses chained the soul to ignorance. Philosophy released it to divine life. Yet in the modern world, man, once a radiant being of infinite potential, has turned from the inner light to the glitter of machines and markets. Forgetting his birthright, he labors in bondage to material illusion, an empire of stone and smoke where millions toil in confusion, worshipping success while sinking into spiritual death. Science dissects but does not understand. Religion measures faith by its buildings and wealth. Philosophy itself has been stripped of its sacred fire and made practical. The self-appointed worldly wise declares saints insane and gods imaginary, mocking what they cannot comprehend. Yet mankind cries out for what it has lost, a vision of beauty, truth, and purpose. Civilization, proud of its reason, stands on the edge of madness. Only philosophy, the true living wisdom, can restore sanity to the world. The mysteries of old taught that man must perfect his reason to perfect himself. The philosopher's life was the great work, the true alchemy that turned ignorance into illumination. To live rightly, to think purely, to act justly, these were the steps on the golden ladder to knowledge. For only the harmonized life produces the enlightened mind, and only through initiation into the inner mysteries was the divine intellect fully awakened. The world perishes for want of philosophy. Without it, nations war blindly and destroy the treasures of thought more precious than life itself. True progress lies not in power but in understanding. Ignorance is the root of evil, knowledge the root of virtue. Simple ignorance is the starting point of learning, but the worst ignorance is ignorance of ignorance, the conceit that declares there is nothing left to know. This blindness makes gods of machines and idols of ambition, while man forgets his kinship with the stars. Philosophy reveals his true stature, not a crawling creature of dust, but a citizen of the cosmos, a being whose spirit is one with the eternal harmony of creation. If the infinite had not meant man to be wise, he would not have given him the power to know. The voice of philosophy calls all souls from selfishness and despair into the fellowship of truth. Here the whole world becomes sacred, every leaf and stone alive with meaning, every sorrow a teacher, every joy a revelation. He who ascends this path reaches the mount of wisdom and beholds the panorama of life, understanding that all things merge into unity, the self and the goodness of God. The philosopher lives in two worlds, the transient life of the body and the eternal life of the spirit. The first ends in dust, the second is immortal. Knowing that death touches only form, he conquers mortality and abides in the infinite. The modern world mocks such faith, yet still the sun shines, children laugh, and souls dream of higher things. The gates between mortality and immortality remain open to those who seek. Philosophy, still the magic power of liberation, breaks the vessel of clay and frees the soul to its divine flight. The mysteries call again. The civilization of matter has failed, devoured by its own creation. Science stumbles before the unknown. Religion wanders in confusion. Only the illumined reason can lead mankind from darkness to light. Philosophy alone teaches how to be born well, to die well, and to live again in truth. Into that eternal fellowship of the wise, the brotherhood of the ages, those who love knowledge, virtue, and understanding are still invited. The end. Thank you for listening to The Secret Teachings of All Ages, an Adult Brain Summary Edition by Manly P. Hall, read by Graham Dunlop. For more titles like this, please visit adultbrain.ca.